Ladies and
Ladies
gentlemen,
and gentlemen,
kindly rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
To invoke divine blessings, let us begin with the Ganesh Vandana.
शाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
गणपति सूर्यराय सर्वो
Lights. I request our distinguished dignitaries to join us on the dais. To begin this special event, we will now have the lamp lighting ceremony. I invite our distinguished guests along with our professor Dr. Vishwanathan Iyer sir to come forward and light the lamp. We also pay a heartfelt tribute to the late Professor Dr. Colonel A. Balasubramanian by offering flowers to his portrait, honoring his memory and inspiring legacy.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि.
Now, it is my honor to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished dignitaries. May I now request Dr. Vishwanathan Iyer, Head of Department Academics, to welcome our guest of honor with a bouquet. We extend a warm welcome to Dr. Nagendra Chaudhary, Chief Education Officer, the ICFIA Group. We are honored to welcome Mr. Santosh Ranjan Sir, Managing Director, Knowledge Horizon India. I now request Dr. Ritika Singh. I now request Dr. Ritika Singh to welcome our guest of honor with a bouquet. We are privileged to have Mr. Sangram Krishnan, Assistant Professor, IIT Bombay. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Baijan Chaudhary, Head of Systems and Processes at Maruti Suzuki India Limited, who is joining us online. Lastly, we are delighted to welcome Dr. Prem Ramlachan MANCOSA Honors, United University, Durban, South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving all our dignitaries a huge round of applause as we welcome them to today's event. Now, I invite Dr. Vishwanathan Iyer, sir, Head of Department Academics, to deliver his welcome address.
Thank you, Lucia. Respected dignitaries on the dais, the organizers of this case quest, and my dear students. A very good morning to all of you. Maja nahi aaya. Good morning to all of you. Can we a bit more better? Good morning to all of you. Yeah. So I take this privilege to welcome you all for the case quest, the students who are participants from various other institutes and universities. Welcome you all for this wonderful experience. Case quest, when we think about the term, it itself says there is something that we are exploring. Life is all about exploring yourself. And in that context, if we understand the importance of case quest, I definitely feel that you can have different dimensions. And that is what we all are going to experience. If one particular situation, how do we analyze? How does our perception, the so-called point of view matters, and how beautifully we present it to the audience, the judges. And based on that, by today evening, we are going to get one best winner out of the thing. But before we reach to the winner, I think a huge round of applause to all the participants who are going to present their cases. Yeah. So I wish all the best to the participants and wish all the students a wonderful learning experience throughout the day. I especially thank all the judges who have taken out their time for this particular event, and we hope that we are a different or a what we call as a learned person by the end of the day listening to the various perceptions. Thank you.
Now, we are privileged to hear from our esteemed guests who bring with them global perspective and inspiring insights. Each of them will share a short address with us. Firstly, Dr. Nagendra Chaudhary, sir, Chief Education Officer and the ICFAI Group. It is my honor to invite Dr. Chaudhary for his short address. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please.
A good morning to all of you. I think maybe with your permission, let me share two perspectives. One is that I don't know how many of you are aware, the first business school, the MBA program, was started in Harvard Business School in 1908. In the first batch, they had 13 students. At the end of first year, 9 students go to the dean and tell him that we want to opt out of the program. Imagine the first batch, definitely they're going to be part of history. So the dean asked them, why do you want to quit? Because you're going to be part of the history in any case. And can you believe what these 9 students tell him? They tell him, sir, we are not able to cope up with the course. Now, let me tell you the anticlimax of it. The anticlimax is that, as you would know, in 1908, there was no body of knowledge. There were no textbook whatsoever. Forget about the internet, all that you're talking about today. Right? Dean tried his best to convince them, but eventually they couldn't be convinced and they had to walk out of the program. And therefore, only 4 students had actually graduated from the first batch. And therefore, you might ask me, where do you think these people got the rigor that they are not able to cope up with the program? The faculty used to go in the morning to the factories, the white kind of thing that you have in Pune, and then come back in the afternoon, make their notes, and then teach them. So therefore, there's a history of the case study that you're going to be doing, or the methodology or the pedagogical tool that people talk about. But I must congratulate all the team members here for putting up this wonderful, curating this program. And I'm sure each one of you are going to have a wonderful learning experience of it. And the case studies by themselves are going to be phenomenal because this is something I'm sure all of you must have been taught about the way it develops your analytical thinking, and there's no right or wrong answer, but then there's a logical answer because a company, if it has to accept it, they're going to invest some dollars or money into it, right? So thank all of you and congratulations to all the organizers for putting up this wonderful event. All the best to all the participants.
We're honored to welcome Mr. Santosh Ranjan Sir, Managing Director of Knowledge Horizon India and a proud alumnus of IIM Bangalore. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Ranjan Sir for his short address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Very good morning to all of you. Thanks for having me here. Thanks to the organizers, very well planned. This is how you can showcase what you have learned during your 2 years of journey. Am I audible? Then, yeah, okay, thank you. I can share just 2 of my experiences. One from my college days. When we went to our campus at IMB, the first case that given to us was of 124 odd pages, and it was first experience to handle a case, and they divided us into various teams, so we were kind of 5 people, 5 students each in a group. So it was like bomb for us, like 125 pages, and next day we had to present in the morning. So we got the case almost around 3:30 or 4, and then subsequent to that there were other lectures, and then some other kind of assignment were given. So that was a kind of bomb for us, like, you have to solve the case and come up with the kind of presentation next day, and you have to give the presentation with the solution and stuff like that. And we were not knowing about the different type of approaches of solving a case. So it was like we decided to meet outside in a hostel, one of our hostel room, and first thing, and in those days we used to get those cases in a kind of hard copy format. So we just divided the 124 pages into 5 people, and then distributed and asked us to go back to us in our individual room and study and then try to integrate things. But these are all same case, so there is a sequence of activities involved in that particular case. So there was later, like if you're taking page from 20, maybe 85 to 125 pages with you, then you are no, I mean, you don't have any clue what is being explained in the previous one. So again, we were in stuck how to handle it. So we started meeting with each other on, and then somehow we managed to present. So that was a kind of bomb. What we realized at the end of the when we were passing out, and the case becomes, and the reason being they have given that kind of case in the beginning was to get ourselves acquainted with the fact that there's going to be similar cases given every time. So you have to prepare your mind that you're going to get such kind of cases very often. So that was the first bomb. So what we have learned at the end of 2 years, that how to have a kind of approach of solving a problem kind of situation. What are the approaches that you can take? Not necessarily based on the standard, those what we learn, those theories like 4Ps and this matrix and that my VCG and so on and all that. But there are many other things that you have to consider while solving the case. So the approach is very important more than the solution, because you don't know exactly what is the best solution. That is one. Second experience that I can share with my my own personal kind of in my own company. We were transforming from a kind of typical training company to a digital learning company or an e-learning company in 2000, I think 2005. So there was a problem situation that how to transform the organization strategically to move from this domain to another domain which is completely different. So we, at that point in time, we again have this kind of competition, which is case study competition with a solution statement pretty much defined. So the initial screening happened, and then we announced a big prize for, and this was for our internal people within the organization to participate into that. And then there was a big ticket size gift and kind of honors announcement happened. We invited the outside organization, I mean, from top level, from different organizations to come. We booked a kind of big venue in Ras Al Khaimah, because this was happening in Dubai. So in Ras Al Khaimah, we, had a big resort, and then got a lot of presentation. But ultimately, the kind of open-minded approach we took to get some ideas to approach this particular difficulty or the challenge that we're going to face came from a lot of young people like you who just joined the organization. So it is very important for you to think in a very strategic or maybe flow. Thought of mind is very important, the way you think about solving a problem. And this is very much relevant within the organization. And because this will tune you to think in a logical sequence if you are going to face challenges within the organization. So this is the main crux of managing the case, and this is how the benefit you will get in solving those case studies. So take it serious. I hope you must have taken this particular thing very seriously, and this will going to be going to impact very positively in your career down the line when you are going to actually face the challenges and some kind of issues, and how you're going to think to resolve it. Maybe the solution might not be the right solution, or maybe there could be multiple options among which you have to think which is the best one, but nothing is the best solution. It all depends. And the second thing that we learned during this particular case approach is how integrated our approach is. How you can think from different perspective across the domain. It's not about only marketing, finance or something like that. It's all integrated approach. So this also helps you to think that from the integrated perspective, from top level perspective, from bottom level perspective, etc. So this is what you're going to learn. This is very important. So that you know the importance, but I'm just sharing the experience based on my kind of experience working in these organizations, and how we take this case competition so seriously, and it was really beneficial for us when we conducted such kind of internal case competition within the organization. Yeah. Thank you so much, and for having me here again. Thanks for inviting us. We'll meet again. Thanks to all participants, and let's see. We're going to come up with, see a lot of good presentation down the line today. Thank you.
We are privileged to have with us Dr. Sangram Krishna Nirmali, Assistant Professor, IIT Bombay. Please welcome Dr. Nirmali with a huge round of applause.
Yeah, good morning all. So first of all, I would like to thanks all managing team, Dr. Ritika, Aman and other team members because they have been in contact more than a month. They are managing it, they are taking care of us. So first, I think we should thank them and give a applause of round for them. Yeah, so when I'm looking at you, nobody is smiling. So why is it so? Is it an exam today? So why you are not smiling? You are in a beautiful city, Pune, and nobody is smiling, everybody is stressed. Something like it reminds me like before going to exam, I is also always I used to be very stressed out. So the same feeling, I think you are representing me. I think few years back. Then I realize it's not all about the exams. It's not all about the competition you make. Correct? You are coming from, I think, across the India. It's not like you are coming from Pune or Maharashtra. So this is the opportunity you will get to know many people, right? So you should not look this competition as an exam, which where we three of us will judge you and give you some results. See, for a competition, we have to select someone whose idea is like a topmost. So we will be deciding three of you. But it's not all about the competition. So here I came, it's not because maybe I might have won so many awards or something, because I tried multiple times. And if you see, or if I want to present some statistics, I guess you all from management background, you might have done some probability and statistic course, yes or no? Yes. So as per probability, if I want to ask some statistic, how many times I would have succeeded and how would I have failed? So can anybody describe? Sorry, anyone? Or if you can't guess me, can you tell your anyone? Or you are too much stressed about the today's competition so that you are just missing out that basic statistics. See, this competition will give you the platform. This is the safe environment to fail. And it's not about you failed or succeeded or you won the prize. It's all about how you look at this competition and try to learn from this competition. So now I think more than 100 people I see here. So you will get some connection. You will use those connection later in your career because most of you will pass your pathways in future, and that will definitely help. Okay, so don't worry, at least smile throughout the day, even if you win, even if you not, and you will get the experience. Is that correct? Is that okay? Still you are not smiling, I don't know why. You should smile. Okay, so all the best, and we all you see you at the competition presentations. Okay, thank you.
We are privileged to have with us Mr. Bajan Chaudhary Sir, Head of System and Processes at Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Bajan Chaudhary Sir with a huge round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible? Am I audible? So first of all, good morning to everyone, and thanks to the management team and the managing team to invite me over here. It's a privilege to say something to you for your career path. And special thanks to the management provide us the summer interns, the total number of 9 people who are here, who did a wonderful job with us, parallelly worked with us. They do a wonderful job, I can say. And during my induction program with them, I have given it some of the topics to cover up. Like we are from the automobile background, so I have given a small car segment like CSKW, it's a Celerio, Alto Wagoner, etc. Why these sales are down? For that, we have come across with many of the things like the cases, why it's happening. The students from your college, they interact with the customer. They were in the field early on in the meeting in the morning, like we are from Dhanbad, Jharkhand. So it's a coal belt area basically. So team has reached to the coal belt area, to the underground mines or open cast mines, interact with the people, those who are buying these cars or not. So it has came to our notice that people are not preferring to come with the small segment vehicles, rather going for the big segment. So when we come up with the interaction with the team, why it's happening, there's so many ideas has came out, and I appreciate the whole team, those who have worked with us as the interns, but not, I cannot say the interns, they are the part of our family on that moment of time, and still they are. They have given me a numerous number of suggestions why and how we can come up with this situation. So I taught them a single thing, that in retail, in sales, the one and the precious philosophy which we have to maintain is that the need analysis. Because people having money in their pocket to buy car vehicles, because it's a part of the family also. But the need analysis is to be done by us, because what he is looking for, we don't know. So if I can say about the need analysis, it comes like that. What is the use of the vehicle? How many family members? And how long you are traveling? These are the things which we have to focus on that. And I must say that the whole team has worked very good, even though few of the team members have worked in a digital way, like in Instagram and in the Facebook page, LinkedIn. And they have done a wonderful job to create an inquiry of this, the CSKW vehicles, which is highly appreciated by us and my management team, my CEO and everyone. So I would rather say that the way you have worked over here and what we are doing in the floor is a meaningful things, because we know the concept. We've gone through the concept in the colleges, in the books, we can see. But the actual thing which we have got to know is when we are in the field. And I've seen the whole 9 people, those who are here, from the early morning till late evening, they are working, they are reporting to you, everything. And some of the points which we already have taken, and we have already implemented the same also. And trust me, the things are going very good right now. I pay my special thanks to all the 9 students who has given their contribution to us, given me an opportunity to go on through with all these things. And at the last, I can say only one thing to you all. And your career path is going to be start right now. And like earlier, Praveen sir has also said something, that it's a time of beginning. When you go to the corporate world, you have to give your input and the internship and the market research what you have done. It will be it will be beneficial for you to implement the same process over there. And I wish all the very best And a special thanks to the Sri Balaji University, Pune, to feature in NIRF ranking and global collaboration with MANCOSA University, South Africa, for the student exchange program, which is a great opportunity for everyone to know the culture, to know the business ethics, and know the business scenario in the international level or in a parental level in India. Thank you very much, and all the very best to everybody. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. We are delighted to have Dr. Prem Ramlachan, sir, Mancosa Honoraries, United Universities, Durban, South Africa. Please welcome Dr. Prem, sir, with a huge round of applause.
about case. At the same time, I would like to also bring to the attention of you just lit the lamp and the lights, and light is life. And this takes me back to and takes me back to and to be thankful to the late and respected Professor Dr. Colonel A. Subramanian, Bala Subramanian, founder, president, and chancellor of Sri Balaji University, Pune. We are learners for life. That's what they all say. And it would seem like the late founder has left us with the 3 Ds. And later I'm going to ask participants what is the meaning of the 3 Ds. And if I can say to you that those 3 Ds is what Mahatma Gandhi said. Mahatma Gandhi said, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. He also said this to his students, which I'm going to pick up a little later on about problems, because we have a problem statement here as well, a problem statement, which is something that I'm going to come to just now. But I also, while I want to honor and recognize and appreciate the late Professor Dr. Colonel A. Bala Subramanian, I want to take this opportunity to also honor and commemorate the 30th anniversary of MANCOSA, founded by the visionary Professor Yusuf Korodia, who passed away during COVID. But he was the founder, the principal, and CEO. And this 30th anniversary will be celebrated at the Durban Exhibition Center, right? To the many guests that I've just spoken, and I want to name them. Thank you, sir, Dr. Sanjit Kumar Dash, Dr. Dimple Sayani, Dr. G.K. Shirude, Professor B. Parmanandan, Dr. Nagendra Chowdhury, Professor Sangram Krishna Nirmale, Mr. Santosh Ranjan. Thank you for such a wonderful way of introducing this Case Quest 2.0. I also want to say a message to our participants. And I think Professor Sangram Krishna Nirmale, he alluded to something. But I want to say to our esteemed participants, welcome to this exciting competition, a space where passion meets purpose and where your hard work, creativity, and courage come to life. Today just isn't about winning. Today is about showing up with determination, thinking critically, and competing with heart and integrity. You are not just here to challenge others. You are able to challenge yourself, to raise your own bar, to prove that what you are capable of when the pressure is on and the spotlight is yours. Remember, every great champion was once a beginner who dared to take the first step. Today, that step is yours. Think smart, act bold. Don't just play to win, play to grow. Strategic thinking, creativity, and problem solving will set you apart. Your mindset matters. Whether you win or lose, the attitude you carry, the respect you show, and the effort you give will define your true success. Use this experience. Competitions push you beyond your comfort zone. That's where real growth happens. Every challenge is a chance to learn. Every moment is an opportunity to rise. I've worked hard. You have worked hard to be here. Trust your preparation. Trust your instinct. And above all, trust yourself. Let this competition bring out the best in you. Bring your energy, your vision, your voice, and leave everything on the field, the stage, on the page. Give it your all, not for the trophy, but for the transformation. Good luck to each and every one of you. Let the competition begin, and may the best version of you shine through. I thank you kindly.
Thank you, sir. The moment of truth is here. Case Quest 2 officially begins. Finalists, please prepare. You have 20 minutes to present, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A with the judging panel. We will now call teams for the first session. So the first team will present ILK. Wait, you guys.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So I'm Dr. Ritika Singh, the organizer for this Case Quest 2.0, and my entire team is with us today. At the onset, I would like to thank you, everybody, to being with us today. I would like to thank all the judges and all the people who joined online for us today. I announce Case Quest 2.0 begins. For now, I just tell you how we are going to do this. So this case writing competition will begin simultaneously and it will go in 3 tracks. Okay, track 1 will remain seated here. I'll announce track 2 team names. Those team names are supposed to meet Dr. Swati Upveja. She'll be escorting you people to the place where the competition will be going on for you, for your team. Okay. So now I'm announcing, please be very careful. I'll be announcing the team names who will be going along with Dr. Swati Upveja. So the team names are Team Quantum Catalyst, Writers, Mind Over Market, Case Invaders, DNP, Eureka, Phoenix 2.0, Case Catalyst, High Flyers, and Team Rudra. All this team I request you to please be with Dr. Swati Upveja. Ma'am, Dr. Swati Upveja, ma'am, I request you to please take along one of the esteemed judge also with you. I request Dr. Sangram. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I wish track 2 all the very best, and we will gather soon in the auditorium once your presentations are done. Three. Okay. So rest of the team which are with us today are in the auditorium are team IIK, team MKN, team House of Alpha, team the Navigators, Quorum, Visionaries, Luminary Scholars, Case Viz, Visionaries from South Africa, and Space. I hope all are there. Team ILK, are you there? Okay, so you are first to present. So I'll tell you the rules. You will be given 20 minutes sharp for presentation, all right, and followed by 10 minutes of question and answer. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Hello. sound solution with backed up financial data and analysis, which we have done from our primary researchers. Okay, and then we will be providing on what are the basics of what a hatchback looks like, and how the perception is being changed. That's the thing. So moving on. So first, brief summary of how the presentation will be going on forward. So we have with us on hand a twofold problem with us. The first fold is that the primary buyers or the Indian makers, car makers who are buying a first time car, they are shifting from compact hatchbacks to compact SUVs or mid-size SUVs. So why is it? The figure plummeted from 67%, which was back 5 years back, now to 33%. So which relates to the second problem which we have. Why is it? Hatchbacks are not specifically amplified as cheap on quality or any sort of that thing, but the shift of paradigm is that people tend to believe that SUVs are more reliable, more have road presence, and are more safer on roads when we drive it around the city or drive it around the highways. They feel more implanted toward on the road. So as we have all seen, overall, and the major criteria goes for an Indian, which is a price sensitive market, as we have seen. Every Indian in their own childhood has seen, first they see the price tag and then they move on forward in assessing the quality of what they offer on for that specific pricing. So if we consider a value based pricing for a hatchback and compared to a compact SUV, the value based pricing has been plummeting quite short now. If you see the EMI options which are available is like no cost EMI, zero down payment options, leading to a much more higher market, and they are leading to a greater perceived value for compact SUV rather compared to a hatchback car. And if you consider these options also, the monthly EMI only bifurcates from between 1500 to 2500 rupees per month, which is a minimal amount any Indian household is capable of giving at present to get a better feel of car, a better future planning. As we see, Indians not only buy a car for their specific one nuclear family, it's a complete family purchase where we all have experienced this as in our childhood also. Like we used to sit on our elders lap, so a bigger headroom is also helpful as compared to an hatchback car. So these are the few pain sites which we saw while assessing the problem. Okay, and then solution for the we will be presenting our solution for the specific problems. It's a city tough, basically a city centered hatchback, as hatchbacks are already focused on city use only. So our solution will be moving around how do we change the perception of the consumers for moving it to be a city tough car. So moving on. So first, before moving to changing in perception and analyzing the solutions, we first should know our standing. Where do we stand in the market and how our own company looks like before we move forward in changing some things. So as we see, year on year, there has been negative 10.8 CAGR, compounded annual growth rate, for Suzuki specifically, and which is diverse specifically in three portfolios we have been discussing about CSK, where Wagoner, we have excluded Wagoner specifically for our research because it was mostly being sold, still sold and still relevant because of the rising tourism and Ola Uber facilities. Okay, so and then we saw the units sold number is also quite plummeting drastically, like 1.2 lakh units lost in only single year. And the severe hit which it got was Celerio, like it has got stuck between the two car models like Alto and Franks for their own brand also, which is leading to their product cannibalization as we see. So I would like to call Nishant on for carrying it forward.
Good morning, everyone. I will be explaining about the perceptions. As sir mentioned that we should take case study seriously. Indeed, we have taken this case study very seriously. Our sample size for the primary data was more than 800, and our perception analysis is coming from the primary data we collected through focus groups, Google Forms, and personal interviews. So what we have understood from that is, while we followed the journey of buying a car of 52% of the survey, initially the significant 78% of the buyers were trying to buy the hatchback, but when they have pushed to the advertisements and they have seen all the EMI gaps is very less, so they have almost 65% of them considered
to change it. And what is happening here is co- there are three core drivers for this. Is conflicted pragmatist. What happens is generally they want to buy a hatchback, but from various drivers, be it social pressure, be it family situation, they ended up going to the compact SUVs or the bigger cars available. One more is the aspirational upgrader. What happened in recent past that the compact SUVs and the cars around that has gained significant status in the current Indian market. So that's a psychological driver for everyone to buy the bigger car. And the third is safety conscious parents. Though the perception of safety is enhanced in SUV than the hatchbacks. And even when it comes to the recent marketing by Tata of five-star safety, the majority of the Indian consumers are asking for the safety features along with the basic features you need in a car. So the consumer has been shifting from just looking at the fuel economy to the safety, to the features you get, and the most important, the perception of bigger car. So this is the gap analysis. We have done the perception gap analysis for the various aspects, but these four were the most significant in terms of drivers. So safety. So the hatchback scores approximately 2.8 points, and SUV has scored the 4.5 points. The difference is 1.7. The status appeal. Obviously, SUV has more status appeal psychologically. The 4.8 points goes there. And modernity. And SUVs obviously come equipped with a lot of modern features, and be it exterior or be it interior. The road presence of SUV is way bigger than be it CSK cars, be it a Celerio. If a Celerio is parked next to the Brezza, obviously the Brezza has more road presence, more space. What happens is it is seriously, significantly perceived as a less prestigious small car, which comes under the very low budget category. And SUVs are bought for the road presence they provide. And there could be a reason behind that. The roads of India are not that great to drive a regular sedans. So in the next slide, the implementation roadmap. As Siddharth mentioned about the foundation of tough cars, the alternative for the SUVs, it has to be initially phased out in tier 1 cities, be it Delhi NCR and Mumbai, where we lack space. So the issue of parking, be it issue of driving around, could be solved because the larger cars are more difficult to drive around. So in the first phase, we have to develop the foundation and try to change the perception around hatchbacks. Not just limiting to the budget cars, not just limiting to the taxis they are providing, but to the city tough cars. In the second phase, following the initial successful feedback, we are supposed to be going on a full scale national marketing about the cars. We are more into the changing to the overall alternatives, and we should go into the tier 2 markets, capitalizing on urban consumers. And the third phase, which is in between the 6th or 12th month, optimizing and scaling. So we have to finalize our strategy between that, and we have to full-fledged push our strategy and marketing for the whole country. This also includes selective entry to the tier 3 market, where still people are actually trying to buy hatchbacks, be it Alto or if you see rural areas, there are still a significant amount of people who try to buy Alto, Celerio, or Swift because of their practicality. Be it it is way easier to maintain the cars, it is way cheaper to maintain the cars, and the parts are very easily available. So the revenue growth we are projecting is 53% by financial year 2028, and the unit contribution is supposed to be increasing by 17.3%. So cumulative ROI projection is of 52%, and first year return on investment, if you follow this plan, is expected to be 24%. So financials of these plans will be taken care by Prathamesh. So I would like to call Prathamesh. Let us.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll be taking presentation forward. Finances. This plays a pivotal role in any company, as we are having projected figures over here. So if we have a strategic investment of 720 crores in the next 36 months, with and focused implication on marketing, which is 51%. If you look here, we can have a very good perception change in the current market. And also, seeing this, in the next 3 years, the revenue can go up to 52% increase. This is nothing but a great initiative that can be taken to change the whole market capitalization, and also this will impact heavily going forward. This is the time to reinvent. If the whole board idea, if the board is being bought into this, the whole sanctioning of 720 crores can be led up into the team project, that is allocation of multifunctional teams with multi-hierarchical leaderships that can bring forward a new phase of the CSK initiative. Also, pilot launches in we expect that in the fourth quarter of this year, if there are pilot launches in select sectors, select markets, this can have an estimate on whether these launches can predict the upgoing or downgoing of the implementation plan. So with this, we'd like to conclude that marketing plays a very heavy role in perception change. Suzuki being an family company and company which is very much associated with families, hatchbacks play a very important role because of the Indian mindset. Small families having four generalized carry a lot of memories. Keeping it together, getting it a personal touch, we can implement on the basis of safety, a new approach, and robustness. I like to conclude on this point that सुजुकी की हचबैक किसी एसयूवी से कम नहीं. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hi. Thanks for the presentation. Couple of questions. You have mentioned that you have done some kind of primary research. Yeah. So, what was the kind of where you did the initial research? Which cities or kind of areas? Like you have mentioned 3 category in one of the cases. So where you did this research?
So basically it was concentrated over tier 1 cities. primarily Bangalore, Mumbai, Pune, and Delhi NCR. Like we all are from different colleges and we have our different connections in different various cities. So it was easy for us to get that survey done by the our classmates also and their parents also, as the buying power is with their parents. So it was easy to persuade them to fill out a Google form, which hardly took 5 minutes. It was all basis on the Likert scale of a scale from 1 to 5, and they had to rank their likability of how important
That's
that
fine.
feature is.
That's fine. Just go to your phase rollout slide, the second last or third, second last one, second last or something. Just a moment.
Yes.
If you have done research in just tier one cities and you are making kind of roadmap uh, for phasing, rollout of these, so how you going to link it, like the perception of people and the requirement in tier 1 city is completely, I mean, lot of difference you'll see compared to phase 3 cities. So if you are saying that you're going to change the perception of the people with lot of investment that you have showcased, that is majority of your investment you're going to
Marketing.
spend on the perception building, correct? So if that is the case, and if you don't have the pulse of the phase 3 cities or phase 2 cities, how are you going to allocate that 370 or whatever odd kind of money so can you relate it?
Yes, I completely
On what
understood your point.
basis you have done this?
So, sir, basically, primarily we thought of tier one cities as it's quite traffic congested cities. As we all see, Bangalore is rising traffic every day and day in, day out. As if you see Pune and Mumbai also. So, primary target was that audience. And then moving out forward, as in further slides also, first we thought of implementing a pilot program in tier one cities only
No,
and
that's
getting.
my problem is there only.
Yes.
What I'm saying is,
How to relate it to tier three
if
cities also.
even if you roll out in phase 1 with the whatever research you have done, that too in phase 1, if you don't have the pulse of the requirement, because my perception is that the perception of tier 3 city people is different, not saying completely different, but definitely there are certain cues which are different from tier 2 and from tier 1. So if you are making your plan for promotional investment, so say for example portfolio, if you're going to create the promotional portfolio for 3 cities, I'm sure it's not going to be same, right?
Yes, it will be
So if it
different.
is going to be different, then how you're going to allocate those fund of 370 for different cities, and what is the basis for those allocation? Because you are investing a lot of money for that purpose only, because you are banging on perception building in tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3. So
As we see, there is always a trend of following on.
no, that is there. I
So,
agree. That is there. That your basis, what you're saying is, what if you are staying in tier one cities, tier two cities completely follow blindly what we perceive and what our problem in tier one, or there are some other problems as well which we don't have in tier two cities. So your assumption is, what I'm saying is, you have taken your assumption the basis that whatever problem lies majorly in tier 1 cities will going to percolate down in tier 2 and tier 3. This is your major assumption, right?
yes, majorly this is assumption, but modifying it forward, like major traffic congestion isn't in that tier 2 and tier 3 cities, where Suzuki plays a pivotal role of service charges and hold on cost of the maintenance cost and fuel efficiency. So that is already the perception in tier 3 cities.
So you have taken your assumption that even safety, which is going to be one of the major thing that you
Drivers, yes.
mentioned, is going to be at par in tier 3, as if they will look at from the perception the problem statement goes, safety is also at the same level for the people in tier 3 compared to tier 1. Is that so?
So it's majorly compared to purchasing power of tier 3 cities compared to tier 1 cities, whereas safety does play a role a bit, like my personal opinion can't be the whole of, like I did my internship in Gandhinagar, Gandhi Dham actually, which is a tier 3 city, a very small city, but still people there are aspirational buyers to buy a specific modern day car. If they are not getting it, they travel to Ahmedabad to buy that car. So for me, they are following a specific trend. And being Gen Zs around us, they're always looking for a specific trend which is going on. And celebs and everyone always sets a trend to go on. And the first buyers are always the tier 3 and tier 2 cities, as we see, as we are trying to implement in tier 1 to gather the major market and solve the problems. But the rising trend will implement that same strategy to tier 2 and tier 3 cities and table down through that. That's the thing.
First of all, I think it's a very good analysis.
Thank you, sir.
We are basically starting with I have a basic question, and that's about the CSK, right? The Celerio. Have you seen Celerio?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And what is your initial response to it? And let's say your feeling.
So initial response is a bit bigger than Alto, like an expensive version of Alto. That's it.
Okay.
For me specifically, not speaking of the masses, but when I personally see a Celerio, it's a jacked up version of Alto K10.
Right. So therefore, what questions you must have thought, when you looked at, Celerio for the first time, and therefore the kind of position that, because you're talking about the positioning as well as the pricing part of it.
Yes.
So the basic question that I have is that, why do you want to position this one? In fact, you're talking about repositioning, right? So why do you want to reposition this one from SUV, as a hatchback, and that for cities?
So the perspective about Celerio is the jacked up Alto. At the same time, when we see the price point, the top end version of Celerio sells for 8 lakhs.
Okay.
And at the same time, if I am in the market to buy a car, the adventure version of Tata Punch, AMT version, is for 8 lakhs 50,000. And so what happens is, when instead of people think that instead of putting 8 lakhs on such a small car, we will put 8 lakhs on a car which is bigger. And at the same time, a few features are added by Tata which are not present in the Maruti. What happens is they actually give you an option to buy infotainment system aftermarket. So you don't have to necessarily buy the top end models when it comes to Tata. And obviously the safety perception, which was grown by the Tiago, which is also sits in the same category of the cars. So what happens is people try to go for the bigger car, and that's the reason why the Tata Punch is becoming the #1 seller, taking over the Baleno.
Right. So therefore, the question still remains in terms of what is your team's just one idea that can solve the
So
problem.
you are not audible.
I'm saying, what is your one suggestion for the positioning? Because if you get the positioning right, then all the things will follow, right? What is your positioning?
Sir, you like to position Celerio as the smart drive or a secondary purchase for the who have already bought a SUV and struggling in cities, or for the elderly people who are struggling to drive their car. So Celerio provides a better visibility compared to Alto in the market. So we want to position it like user friendly, a second time purchase. Like we are stuck in the traffic for a longer time if we have a bigger car. Whereas finding a parking space for Celerio is quite easy. If you compare to Brezza also, of a Suzuki also, it's quite easy and compact to drive it, and the visibility overall of Celerio is compared to be bigger than Alto K10.
Thank you. But very good analysis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Team Mkind. I would like the next team, House of Alpha, to be ready.
Can you start? Yes.
Start.
Good morning, everyone. We are delighted to present our case analysis on Maruti Suzuki, a company that has not just reshaped our automobile landscape, but also a symbol of trust, passion, and innovation. As the tagline suggests, way to life, it is not just about cars. It is about the uh, it is about the aspiration, the journey, and the connections through generations. With a team of 5 people from Army Institute of Management, Kolkata, they are Kajol Yadav, Mohit Kumar, Saranya Singh, Anika Feroz, and me, Kumar Gaurav, are here to present a fresh perspective on how Maruti Suzuki can gain new opportunities, dig into new challenges, and the other aspects. With this, I would like to start our presentation with an overview. So, as we all know, Maruti Suzuki is India's largest automaker. With its strong sales and service network, is still a market leader. But the core challenge is in CSK lineup. Because of their decline in sale of Celerio, Alto K10, and old Swifts. The main issues were aging platforms, poor safety, poor safety perceptions, and limited features. The external headwinds are used car market boom, buyers shifting to higher segments, pre-owned cars, and also SUV migrations, customer moving to compact SUVs for aspirations and features. Their main competitors are Tata, Hyundai, Renault, and Citroën because of their safety-first positioning and feature-rich aspirational products.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction and the overview. So, I'll give you a quick breakdown of the CSKW model performance. First, looking at sales, models like Celerio, Alto K10, and Swift saw sharp year-on-year decline, while Wagner stayed relatively strong with 2 lakh units sold. So, this shows a clear consumer shift towards cars with better safety, advanced features, and comfort. Then, in terms of brand positioning, while sales showed in 2024 with 37.4 lakh crore, they are expected it to grow to 60.6 lakh crore by 2027. So this slowdown is actually priming the market for the stronger growth ahead. However, the major drawbacks includes a lack of safety features, outdated tech, low aspirational value, misaligned positioning, stiff competition, and safety features. Essentially, the brand relied too much on this mileage and affordability, while now consumer is shifting towards more on convenience and comfortability, also the modern tech. So in short, the decline is mainly due to safety gaps, auto-dated features, strong rivals, and weak positionings.
So I will So I would be covering the competitors analysis. So basically, we have covered 4 competitors: the Renault Kwid, Tata Eltron, uh, Hyundai's Grand i10, and Citroen C3. So the first competitor, that is Renault Kwid, is they are introducing SUV-inspired styling in entry hatch, striking colors and the features. Their campaign is live for more style, but somewhere they are compromising with security. And the second competitor is Tata. If we heard Tata, we all know what Tata is famous for. It is famous for security and where it is famous for security and premium look. So basically, for family owned, for a family audience are there to buy this one. So the third one is Hyundai Grand i10. It is a balanced design. Even their campaign is space bhi, mileage bhi. And the third one is Citroen C3, mini SUV stance, quickly styling and efficient CNG, positioned as cross with bold design identity, targeting young and tech service buyers.
So before diving into solutions, let us first know how this brand has been positioned in the market.
So talking about the very first brand, Celerio, it was actually primarily positioned in the market as a most fuel efficient car, and as it jumped to sales, they positioned again it as a young aspirational car for the new age comers with the features like AGS. After that, the second brand which we are talking about is the Swift, and it's actually positioned in the market as a sporty car which give a fun drive element. And the third brand is the Alto, and this brand was actually launched in the market as a dreamer's cars, means the two-wheeler owner who actually dream about the car, they can purchase this car. It's Alto. And the fourth brand which we are talking about, Wagner, it's actually positioned in the market as a family car, or we can say even a father wants to buy this car. And talking about the sales figure, where is the sales figure? And talking about the sales figure, as we can see, there is a huge decline in the Celerio. The Celerio in the 2024, the Celerio market was around, the Celerio sales was around 4,000. And 2025, it dropped down to 4,000. And talking about the Wagner, in 2024, the sales were around 12,463. And in 2025, it went up to 12,549. And same with the Swift, it was a decline of 12,856 in the 2024 to 12,385 in 2025. It a slight of 0.367%, and there is overall 22.1% market share of Maruti in the hatchback segment. Now coming to the solutions, coming to the cause of decline.
So after viewing the sales overview, let's go back to the past. So let's understand the cause of decline. So the most common problem which the Maruti cars faces is they use the Hertec platform, which is light for better mileage but weak in crash tests, and it has been globally criticized, making it customers feel unsafe about it. And now let's understand the decline, the cause of decline of each car. So first comes Celerio. So the first problem with Celerio is its confusing brand image because of mixed marketing. It first pitched itself as India's most fuel efficient and affordable car, which targeted to middle-aged people. At the same time, it again comes up with another campaign which tried to show it as premium modern car with features like auto gear shift for young aspirational buyers. This mix of affordable versus premium positioning created a confusion within the customers, leaving the Celerio without a clear identity in the market. Second problem is it also misses some of the basic features like rear power window and rear camera. And on top of this, it faces strong competition from within Maruti as well as from other brands. Now, coming to Swift, its sales are going down because people are now shifting towards micro SUVs like the Tata Punch and even Maruti's own Fronx. And second problem is the poor safety image of Maruti, which has reduced the Swift's reputation. Now next comes the Alto. As we all know, the small entry-level car segment is shrinking. So is the Alto. K10 is directly affected by that. So Maruti tried to improve safety by adding 6 airbags, but this raised the price, which doesn't suit its cost-sensitive buyers. And apart from this, the second reason is Alto now clashes with the Celerio as both of them has similar features which confuses the buyers and creates competition within its own brand. And lastly, the Wagoner. The biggest problem with Wagoner is its image. Many people see it as taxi, which reduces its appeal for private buyers. And second problem is its tall design, which makes it less stable at high speeds. And on top of that, it got very poor safety ratings in crash tests, including 0 stars for child safety protection, which is a big drawback for family car. So overall, the decline of these models is due to issues like confusing brand identity, changes in customer preferences, and safety concerns. Now Sharanya will continue.
Good morning, everyone. So I would like to point out few strategic pillars for brand demand revival. So for radical product transformation, what we could do is first let's take up Celerio, which is the entry-level hatch, mostly for cities and middle-class people. Next comes Swift, the youth-centric car and sporty hatch. Again, it is for middle-class city people. And the last is Auto K10, which is a budget fast rural semi-rural car. So what we can do is, for all these three, we can keep the lean model as it is, and then we can add accessories and use the pizza topping analogy with the factory feed personalization kits. Though for Alto K10, given that given that their main target is tier 2 tier 3 rural and semi-urban city, we would like to keep the lean base as the primary car model. So for the safety and structural overhaul, targeting 4-star Bharat NCAP for Celerio and 5-star Bharat NCAP for Swift and 3 to 4-star safety for K10 is a must. We can use high strength steel with standard dual airbags ABS ESP Hill Hold AM3 for Celerio, and we need to aggressively put up marketing that our cars are safe. For Swift, we can put a 5-star Bharat NCAP. With standard ESP hill hold, 6 airbags, introduce ADAS light, and transparent crash test marketing. Suppose we are doing a crash test marketing as a sample from some kind of hilly region, and we can prove that our cars are safe, crash safe. This is going to increase our sale and trust in the brand. For Alto K10, we would like to use ESP as an option, and we would overall like to keep it a safe budget car. For integrated smart features, standard 7-inch touchscreen for Auto K10 and Celerio could be the options given our pizza topping analogy, and an 8-inch infotainment for Swift. For all these three, we could include wireless Android Auto and CarPlay with remote locking, vehicle alerts, and OTA updates, though no OTA is needed for Auto K10, given that we need to keep the budget in mind for Auto K10. Also, the last thing is we need to strengthen the CNG offering, and the Swift could be ideal for hybrid transition when it comes to the fuel. While for Auto K10, we would like to retain the CNG first positioning, and EV is unlikely to come in the market for Auto K10, but though EV is not possible for Celerio, we would like to see some kind of micro hatch coming up by 2027. So now to bring all these changes, Maruti Suzuki is going to face challenges. So the challenges would be balancing cost versus the price sensitive target audience or target group, the rising manufacturing complexity that would come with resource management, and also the fact that Maruti has been holding that a position in the market with its zero NCAPs in with its zero NCAP, I would say, ranking, that it is an unsafe car. We would have to transform that thought via marketing. Along with that, the in-house, when I'm talking about technology, I would say the in-house, there might not be enough in-house help from enough in-house expertise, and there might be privacy concerns. So to overcome those challenges, we can first do is face modular rollouts, where we bring out some of our cars and see how they are doing. After that, we share platforms. For steel, higher quality steel, we can do partnership with Tata and JSW. And for the technology related things, we can do partnership with Infosys and Wipro. After this, I would like to come to this marketing slide. Okay, so I would start that इंडिया में जो दिखता है वो बिकता है and गाड़ियाँ दिखती है showrooms में. So when we did a short survey, we went to the showrooms, spoke to the managers and salesmen. So what they said was, when people are coming to buy Maruti cars, they have already pre-planned the kind of cars, the models they are going to get. So when it comes to Swift, they are young, the target audience is young, so we can reach them via social media. And when it comes to Auto K10, the target audience is from tier 2 to tier 3 cities. We can reach them via television channels and via print media. When it comes to Celerio, same as Auto K10. So how we can position these cars are, First is Celario. Smart city commuter target audience are salaried couples, young families, and the main focus is on comfort, practical features, and digital technology. Celario Family Days. We can name the campaign this and then organize some community meetups and highlight safety demos and eco driving tests. For AutoCaton, what we can do is here most of the target audience would be the ones who are trying to change from two-wheeler to four-wheeler for the first time in tier 2 tier 3 households. So for them we can focus on the fact that these cars are affordable, they are safe, and we can position is as this as a middle class hero for them. Next is the dynamic lifestyle hatchback Swift, where we are focusing on urban millennials and Gen Z professionals. The main focus is on sportiness, infotainment, aspirational design. For this Life Unlocked campaign with AR VR test drives, influencer led challenges would be our main focus. So, one more thing is that while we are marketing this, when we are reaching out for Celerio and AutoCaton, I would say we need to be vernacular and local. By that I mean that we often see that brands are using one jingle and then just changing their language when they're putting it up on different channels in different languages. But what I mean here is I'm Bengali, so one second. So I'm Bengali, and there is a song called Amar Bhitoro Bahire Ontore Ontore, which basically is you are always with me in every part of me. Who are these people? They are our family. And what we are focusing for Celario and AutoCaton is family, that this is safe for family. So when we are reaching out in television or in print media, I would say to take up few vernacular and local very popular songs which are close to our hearts, and then reach to audience via those so we can communicate. And for the last slide I would say that we need to redefine compact hatchbacks as some as cars which are safe, tech savvy, and flexible mobility solutions. And also to end it I would say we need to strengthen Maruti's brand image as as an innovation driven leader, not just a mass market volume player. Thank you, sir. We are open for questions.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. Um, One quick feedback. Your slides were too much heavy with content, very difficult for anybody to understand. Very much loaded with a lot of content which could have been avoided. Um, have you met any, as you mentioned that you have visited some of the service or maybe sales showrooms and met some managers. Uh, have you met anybody or the showroom manager of tier 2 or tier 3 cities? Just I wanted to have an idea whether you have met anybody of that sort, because the person who is a service manager, their experience in tier 1 city, and have you compared that with the service manager perception of why people are buying a Maruti? As you have mentioned that in tier 1 city, when you went and met them, he said, or met him, he said that they come with the preconceived or defined kind of, that this is the product I'm going to buy. But is that the same case? First, whether you met somebody in tier 2 or tier 3 or not, and what is the difference of opinion between these two?
So we did have calls because we couldn't
That's
visit
fine.
physically.
It's just a matter of
Yes.
getting the sense.
Yes,
That's fine.
we
So,
did talk with tier 2, tier 3
okay.
showrooms too.
Hmm.
So I would say the main difference is when it comes to tier 1, since we are from Kolkata,
Hmm.
we like to have aspirational cars,
Hmm.
luxury cars.
Hmm.
But when it comes to tier 2, tier 3 cities, even though a segment does want to have aspirational car, but most of this target group is based on the fact that They want to own a car which is very safe for their family. That is the first priority. Along with that, they want to have a car which will be long lasting.
But who are the demographic profile of this particular audience who is going to buy, who is buying it? Majority. Say, for example, if I'm talking about Celerio, what is the demography of that person? In which age group that person comes
So it
when
is
they're
mostly
buying?
from mostly 30 and above.
30 and above.
30 and above. And when we go to tier 2, tier 3 cities, it is mostly 38 and above, sir.
So if they have the option, if you go to tier 2, tier
Yes,
3
sir.
cities, you'll find that there is a showroom of, I mean, kind of Maruti, and next to maybe in couple of kilometers, you'll find Tata showroom as well. And most of the time they, have these
Yes.
kind of showrooms together so that there is a kind of movement of the prospective buyer from one to another to compare. So if that is the case, and this is very normal, if you'll go and visit these places, you'll find that these showrooms are pretty much nearby. So if that is the case, what is the perception of the prospective buyer for buying a similar range of car of Celerio, which is competitor of Celerio in Tata, with respect on what is their perception? I would try to identify anything. Why they buy Tata's competitors, or why don't Celerio? Have you identified this?
Sir, as we already told, that when people are going and opting for Maruti, they have pre-planned on what kind of model they want
So
to
there
buy.
must be some basis of buying Maruti. What is the major hook for which they
Yes, sir.
take decision, or
Yes,
already
yes,
have
sir.
taken decision? They must have done.
Yes,
They are
sir.
coming to showroom after taking certain level of decision. Yeah, that's
sir.
fine.
Sir, in
But they
tier
must have done some kind of comparison research and stuff like that. What is that
So,
hook?
sir, as we have met one of the manager, his name was Prabhakar Subhangu. Sir, he told us that people opt Maruti basically for the mileage. They
Mm.
try to cities, they only see the mileage and it is spacious or not. They don't care about the features or say, look, they like mileage hai, we'll buy it. And they actually come with the pre-minded. And Suzuki is known in the India only for the mileage. Means it's basically play on what we say the USP. The USP of the Suzuki is mileage, and tier 3 cities people go for the mileage. And even the shopkeeper told that if you go for the expensive version, say Brezza, their customer they first come, took test drive, and then they buy. But the tier 3 cities they just know about that word of mouth. Like people say that giving a good mileage, they will say one of my friends is using that. I will also go for that car. So these lower variant car basically.
Okay, got it. So you are saying mileage. I'm not here to give you answer to your questions. Obviously, I have some other things. Can you go back to your slide which says sales overview? Is there? No, it's not there. Okay. Uh, just go ahead. That's it. Just 25. Can you see the data of Alto Maruti Suzuki, which says that the unit they sold in
Yes, sir. So unit actually they
2024 was this much, and in 2025 declined by this much. Okay. So what you have mentioned there is percentage change. What is this? Is this
so
percentage or?
percentage change year on year change comparison to
I
2024
know,
2025.
but you mean to say that is 35% or 0.35%? Yeah, that's fine. But is that 35% or
So
0.354%?
0.35 comparatively to 2024, sir, year on year change.
Okay, I'm not here to, I
Yes.
cannot give you any feedback on this, but that's fine. I mean, you have to just judge and see. Well, fine, sir.
I think I'll just have one question. If you have to, as a team, relook at this whole position, because what you said is very true in terms of when you talk to actual customers, they're just looking for one thing, and that is a mileage, nothing else, right? If that's the case, and then in one of the slides, I think one of the slides you talked about all the four brands. right? I think of Maruti, right? So from that point of view, if you have to suggest something deeper to Maruti Suzuki company, what would that be? Now, don't restrict yourself to CSK, right? That's okay. But then when you look at all these models and you have talked to people, right? You have talked to managers, right? So what would be your suggestion?
So safety and modernization.
Okay, that's that
That is it.
that's again from the point of view of positioning,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Or the product upgradation.
Product upgradation and the safety needs to be
Very
better.
good. Now, lastly, if I have to rephrase my question and what you said some time back, if you have to look at from the point of view of portfolio approach, not the individual product, not the individual brand, not at all. But then if you look at from the point of view of a portfolio of brands, what would be your suggestion to the company?
So to keep the mileage and increase safety.
Okay. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Great to
Thank you,
have you
sir.
from Calcutta.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, I'm kind. That was really insightful. I would like House of Alpha to please be on the stage. And I would like the next team, Quorum, to be ready.
Good morning, judges and my dear friends. Today, we, the House of Alpha, are presenting before you the Project Phoenix, the brand revival of CSK. Maruti Suzuki began as a government backed small car project in the 1980s, partnered with Suzuki to transform India's auto sector, and today stands as the largest automaker in India with a strong dealer ecosystem, dominant market share, and upcoming focus on SUVs, CNG, hybrids, and EV. But currently, Maruti Suzuki is facing a problem, the CSK problem. The CSK is continuously declining in demand, while on the other hand, uh, demand is increasing. So for that, we did a primary research and a secondary research. For primary research, we talked to various people. We surveyed. We surveyed. Okay. So for primary research, we talked to various people, we surveyed, and we observed that their preference is towards more towards fuel saving, and they trust in Maruti services, and they're not yet ready for EV. They are positive towards subscriptions besides buying cars. And for secondary masses, for secondary research, we uh, uh, we did uh, we uh, we did secondary research from Siam, ET Auto, FEDA, etc. And what we observed that hatchbacks market preference is more towards micro SUVs than hatchbacks. So Coming to the market reality and opportunity, micro SUV is continuously disrupting CSK, while on the other hand, commercial fleet is growing at the rate of 18%. We already have CNG infrastructure in Delhi and Mumbai. And if we look at the driver economics, CNG's expense is 4,200, while petrol is 6,800. If we use CNG, we are saving 2,600 per month. So there are 3 million gig drivers in India, each driving 30,000 kilometer per year. They are saving 1 kilometer, rupees 1 per kilometer, which is equals to 30,000 per year. That's the difference between survival and prosperity. Maruti has already leadership edge in infrastructure, technician scale, data platform, and driver economic, and they have also have competitive moats in infrastructure, financial, and technology. So why this traditional revival won't work? What could work and what won't? Retail revival. If we shift to retail revival, micro SUV is already dominating and hatchbacks are declining. 500, and we also have less amount, so we can't spend 500 crore, which is a 3 years timeline, and percentage intense competition market from Punch and Exter, less aspiration for consumers. And why commercial pivot will work? Fleet and last mile growth, 140 to 185 crore spend quick payback, high ROC leverage CNG mode, and more attractive to drivers as CNG is less expensive. So the conclusion is India doesn't need another small car, but Indian drivers need the most profitable kilometer. The second slide is about the real-time data that we have collected. And for another, we have 6 months data, and for another 6 months, we did analysis. That is Samira ARIMA model analysis. And moving on to the next slide, to the solution analysis. We have talked about all the problems and all. Now let's look at the solution analysis. We have segregated 4 solutions and why we think that these solutions won't work. First, budget micro SUV. If we do budget micro SUVs, it will already drain 500 crore in R&D, and it will internal cannibalize Baleno and Brezza. Deep discounting won't work as market preference is already shifting to SUV. Premium features refresh will also cost heavily for us. And if we shift to EV and hybrid CSK, it will also cost us 8 lakh price. So these solutions won't work. So for what solutions will work, that Dr. Pritam Kumar Das will brief you.
So we hello. Yeah. So we understood the solutions that won't work, but now it's time to understand why. We also understand. I understood that why this solution won't work, but now we'll see what is our solution, what is our recommendation. So if we see the Suzuki's initiatives in the past initiatives and all, we can see Suzuki did a very good job in increasing the safety of the CSK portfolio. Because initially people had some problem with the safety. They rectified it. Now, Suzuki also expanded their market into international market. So they did a good job here as well. So similarly, if we see their motives and their moves, the moves were fine. But now, even after doing all this, the portfolio is declining. So here is the problem as per our analysis, that when the market is going down, when the consumer preference is going down, so and we still trying to adopt a traditional way to scale it up, we believe it's little bit tricky and risky. So our solution is classified under three phases: phase 0, phase 1, and phase 2. It is little bit complicated, but I will describe in a step-by-step manner so that it becomes easy to understand. So, phase 0. Phase 0 is all about validation and testing. Because whenever we are trying to do something, we need to launch some pilot. We need to understand we cannot spend a huge amount of money and then regret it later. So we need to do the validation and testing. So the phase 0 is all about whether our plan will work or not, that analysis. I'll describe later. Now coming to the phase 1. Phase 1 is to understand that whether our fleet driven model will work or not. That analysis and that decision will come under phase 1. Now coming to phase 2, and that is full-fledged scaling process. Now within phase 2, we have three paths, and we don't know now which path to take now because the market is dynamic. We need to adopt as per the market. So let's see what are the phase 0, phase 1, and phase 2 strategies. Phase 0. So phase 0, as I already mentioned, it's all about the diagnosis and foundation. So the strategy is phase 0 recognizes that pivoting an established car model lineup is inherently risky. Rather than betting everything on fleet success, you are investing 3 months and modest capital to prove pivot works before scaling. So this is the strategy we are applying. Now, under the strategy, we need to do something. So those are strategic tactics. So first one is fleet TAM and TCO scan. So now, as we already seen that there are 3 million plus gig drivers in India, and though if we just consider, like we told that if they use CNG, they will be saving rupees 1 per kilometer. Now, this is a conservative value. The actual value is around 2 rupees 2 per kilometer, but due to various issues and like there could be luggage issue, there could be capabilities issue. So that's why we kept it conservative so that we don't run our money a lot. So now among these 3 million gig drivers, Suzuki has already penetrated 70%. So that means 2.1 million gig driver they are already serving. So what is new in our strategy? Only 0.9 million driver they are not serving. So the TAM is good. And also the TCO scan, if we see the total cost of ownership is very less for CNG. Next is CNG infra map. As we already saw that Suzuki has already been erected a very good CNG infrastructure in tier 1, tier 2 cities. Now we need to see the quality of those infrastructure, like whether the peak hour waiting time is less than 10 or not, whether the infra outlook, how is the infra outlook in 12 month periods and all these. Then competitive benchmark is already important, regulatory sell alive, and service readiness. Now, the phase 1, if we run the phase 0, we need to verify through some KPIs. Now, we need to understand whether it is working or not. For that, we have the phase 0 gate. First one is TCO age. If it is more than 6 to 8%, it is green. The memorandum of understanding with the CNG station, if it is good, it is fine. If there are 300 at least certified, tech certified personnel, it is good. And if the digital attach is 80% or more, it is good. So now, if all these are green as per our research, we are ready to go for the phase 1A. Now, here is one thing. We are talking about the fleet market. So the question comes, the retail equity should be protected or not? Yes, retail equity should also be protected because retail aspiration anchored by Baleno, Brezza, Franks, all these cars are already present. Next, the confusion is CSK rebranded. We are not changing the original model. We are creating another entity, another identity, and that identity is commercial mobility line. And obviously, there is no heritage loss because Wagner R has a dual play in fleet and rural market as well. Now, here is phase 1A. So within the phase 1A, we'll see whether the fleet market will work or not. So first of all is product market fit identification. So there we'll see whether we'll be able to sell 1,200 unit in year one or not. Now, how did I get this 1,200 unit? So for that, we need to go back to this slide. Here we have the six. So when we started this project, we had 6 months data, but because it was started in September, so at that time we didn't have the value after that. And if we see the sales graph, it's following a proper seasonality. So in that case, the normal regression model or any kind of moving average won't work. So we did some schema modeling. Based on that, we projected the 1 year value. Then we saw the CSK. So what could be the amount, projected amount, and it came around 8,000. Now in India, the fleet market penetration is around 15%. So if we create that 18,000 ka 15%, it will come around 1,200. So that's why we kept 1,200 unit as year one KPI target. Then fleet ASP band. So we need to check what amount will be set as per the selling price. Then dealership. This is one of the most important part here because dealer has a major role in the whole plan. So here we are suggesting one dealer ecosystem lock-in. So what is that ecosystem lock-in? Dealer will be connected with number one, corporate partners, number two, the aggregator models, and number three, the CNG stations and infrastructures. Now with the CNG infrastructures and station, they will create a deal like number one, I'll provide you a certain amount of value, certain amount of fleets, and in return, you will provide us a specific dedicated lane where the downtime will be low, the fleet persons will have to wait for a less amount of time, etc., etc. Now, in the service center, dealer service center itself will have a certain kind of dedicated service bay where they will try to provide a very good service quality where the FTFR will be around 90%. That means if a customer goes there, the first time fixed rate will be 90%. Now, if the service area, if the service area is present in urban cities, the waiting time could be at least around 120 minutes. In rural area, it could be a little bit more. But we cannot give a very high spend here. Now, so based on that, we'll understand that fleet whether it will work or not. Now, phase 2A, it is a choice decision. Suppose if the KPI in the phase 1A works well, we'll go for the domestic market. If it doesn't, if it produce a mixed result, we'll do international expansion along with the domestic sale. And now in the worst case, if nothing works, we'll go for the defensive plot when we'll try to market whatever we already have. So this is the decision tree that I have already discussed. Now, the recommended marketing plan, as I already mentioned, this comes under the defensive mode, and the strategic tactics I have already discussed. So this is the financial volume we have created, like the volume projection and all. So the basic story is, it is financially viable because 3 years cumulative revenue is 665 and cumulative EBIT is 57 crore and the steady ROC improvement is around 14%. So we did the sensitivity analysis as well, the base case and worst case scenario, the market and budgeting plan and all. So the risk management plan, here it is. So we need to obviously check whether it is regulatory support or not, retail dilution is present or not, economic risk. We need to tackle all these things. These are the operational things. But this is not just the code. This is our operational part. Now, I'd like to end it with a small video so that we can convey whatever we are trying to project. Due to some issues, the audio is not working, but the image is self-explanatory. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, judges, for giving us the opportunity to present our idea.
Just move your slide back a little. You have shown some plan of just no before that. No, there was a decision tree before decision tree. Yeah, before this. Correct. So you have mentioned that we'll take this path of phase wise, that first you'll focus on domestic, then you will go to, some international and some defensive pilot and stuff like that. So why not simultaneously? Is there any problem? And what is the problem then?
Sir, if you see the phase 2A domestic scale, so here the domestic scale, the span is not very big because initially we have already did a lot of research, so we'll understand how it will work. Now we believe Suzuki is already doing the export, so we are not interfering that. So whatever internal expansion we are talking about, that is based on the fleet grade market. So we believe if we just try to do everything at the same time, the financial cost and everything could be very, very risky. So the whole strategic path is 15 to 36 months. So we can wait a little bit and let's see if it works well. If it doesn't work, we'll go for it. So it is just.
Have you considered any, if you'll go in phases, any impact that you'll get or inputs that you'll get in phase 1 could be, later on minimize the risk for the second phase or any of that sort? Can you elaborate on that?
So sir, if you see, so this is gate. Once the phase 1 is over, so there will be this is the criteria gate. Now based on this gate, we'll decide which path we need to select. So this is the phase 1B criteria will be based on once the total phase 1 is over. Now here is little bit of confusion. For that I created the decision tree. Suppose if in phase 1A we are testing whether the fleet will work or not. So if it works, it's good. So in that case there is no issue. But if it says in phase 1 fails, then in that case, without going for phase 1B, we'll directly go to phase 2B directly. So in that case, we are skipping.
What was 2B?
Sir, the 2B is, sorry, just a minute. Yeah. No. 2B, not 2B. Sorry, 2A. So we are domestic scaling. Now we'll check in that also there could be some problem. Like suppose if there is low trial, high satisfaction, we'll take 2B. If there is high trial, low conversion, we'll take 2C. That means optimizing the existing one. Then if there is high churn and after purchase, then there may service delivery failure. So if it is flexible, we'll take 2B. If it is systemic, we take 2C. That means defensive mode. Then competitive losses, the structural disadvantage. So for that, we'll take again 2C. So here we are skipping 1B phase.
So in phase 1, what are the major perceived risk involved? Can you just again elaborate?
Yes, sir. So first of all, till phase 1A, we'll see we are working with CNG infrastructure. So the expansion could be a problem, the whole searching process. And if there are problems,
then the process could be very slow because we need to search a lot for the proper infrastructure and all. And if it is not feasible, then we need to create the memorandum of understanding with those people, with those organizations, so that they can come under our agreement. So that is one risk. Second is regulatory policy, because in phase 1A, after 1A, we are considering a small pilot for EV. We are not recommending full-fledged EV because it is very risky.
Correct.
So that's why, again, if that phase becomes a fail, we'll lose money. That is again a problem. That is a failure. Then operational risk is obviously there because we are going phase by phase with a very strong KPI targets and a very systematic process. So that requires an organizational discipline as well, internal discipline, then leadership coordination, and also the training, internal staff training as well. So the process is little bit difficult, but we believe if we do this in a proper manner, it
So
could be a
basically, it
success.
is first phase is obviously fleet based, right? So
Yes, sir.
have you tried to interact personally with any fleet owner
Mhm.
and their observation and perception of this
Ye-
kind of change?
Yes, sir. We talked with. Actually, we didn't do any focused commercial drivers, but yes, we did some.
I'm not talking about drivers. I'm talking about the fleet owners who are the major decision makers.
No, sir.
No, okay.
So for that, we did some secondary research. Like if you see the.
That's fine.
there-
I got it. I mean, that's fine. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Overall, it's okay. Thank you.
Dr. Peter, I just have one question. Now, in the whole process, right? On what basis have you arrived at this fleet part of it? That's one. And associated with that one is that in the process, right? When you talk about fleet management, or it's a position for fleet. Are you not creating two companies within the same company? That is, so far it must have been B2C. Now it has got to be B2B. Right. So therefore, how do you resolve this internal, what do you say?
Yes, sir.
Some sort of friction.
Sir, here I believe the two identities are not going to conflict unless the aim is same. When the aim is same, there will be conflict. Suppose if I consider, I cannot take any more example, just I have something in my mind. If we just consider Amway, they have Persona and they also have their luxury brand. So they are also handling both things. So the normal brand and also the aspirational brand. Similarly, here also we can check, we can see whether the fleet will work or not. So if it works, it's fine. So there is no conflicting interest between these two parts.
Right. But the moment you have recommended so many things, right? For example, let's say you're talking about now the EV part of it, or making it, right? Some suggestions that you made. Now, if you have to do it only for one category of your market, let's say B2B, then would you be also doing the same thing for B2C as well?
Means, sir, please clarify.
I'm sorry?
I didn't understand.
You made a lot of recommendations, right? For getting into the
based on
fleet
the
part
outcome,
of it, right?
yeah.
Now, because you're making so many recommendations for the fleet part of it, would you be also recommending the same thing for B2C as well?
Okay, yeah. I don't have a lot of recommendation for B2C, but I have some. The first one is, as we can see, when we are talking about the retail market, we need to see the needs and pain points. So we have mentioned something. So first of all, if we go for the tier 1 city, the people are more aspirational. So for that, in phase 1A, So phase 2A, we have also mentioned some sporty editions where we'll be talking about some like small things like the changing the designing and all, creating dual tones, using alloys. If it works, because in cities also there are some people will be attracted towards the sporty look, but they don't have the amount in their pocket. So they may take in that case. So this is one thing for tier 1. For tier 2, the people are more focused towards the security. Now they did a very good job. But the problem is many people are still in the past perception that it's not good or the safety is not good and something like that. For that, we have the defensive plot. That means we'll try to convince we'll try to spread the message that we have changed the model. We have created the safety for you all. So in that way, whatever we did, that directly will be conveyed to the audience, because if audience don't know, they will not purchase. So in this way, we'll try to target tier 1 and tier 2 as well.
Sure. Thank you so much, both of you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Team Alpha. And with this, we'll take a short snacks break of 10 minutes. So I request the participants to move. Rest of the people, please keep sitting back. We'll announce when to move out. I request all the participants. I request the coordinators to please escort the participants. settle down there at the back. Students, I request everybody to please settle down. We are starting. Okay, so the next team is Team Quorum. Okay, ready? All right. All the best, everybody. And which is the next team? Okay, Team Space, you are next after Team Quorum. Thank you and all the best.
Good afternoon, respected jury members and the students present here. We are Team Quorum from IIT ISM Dhanbad, myself Sujata, along with Abhishek Pal, Devang Parate, and Shubham Mishra. Our case study focuses on reviving Maruti Suzuki's CSK portfolio, which includes Celerio, Swift, Alto K10, and Wagoner. These models have long been at the core of India's compact car market, but in recent years, they have seen declining demand, raising serious concern for Maruti's sales performance and market positioning. Our mission is to diagnose the root cause of this decline and present a strategic roadmap for revival, making CSKW models safe, smart, and future ready. To frame our analysis, let us begin with a quick overview of the external environment through a pestle lens. Politically, the government is encouraging localization, EV adoption, and exports, but at the same time, higher emission and safety norms are pushing up costs. Economically, while India's safety growth of nearly 6% creates demand potential, rising fuel prices, inflation, and forex fluctuations are hurting affordability. On the social side, young buyers today aspire to SUV and connected vehicles, while hatchbacks are often perceived as low status or functional rather than aspirational. Technologically, the industry is upgrading a major shift towards EVs, hybrids, and connected cars. Environmentally, companies face rising expectations for carbon neutral manufacturing, recyclable materials, and sustainable logistics. And legally, BS6 and safety norms have raised costs while also reshaping product requirements. The message is clear. Maruti must adapt quickly if it wants to hold on its leadership in the compact segment. To understand the competitive pressure more deeply, I'll invite Shubham to take us through Porter's 5 forces.
So, when we look at Maruti Suzuki's CSKW portfolio through the lens of Porter's 5 forces, the competitive intensity becomes very evident. The threat of new entrants is relatively low given the higher capital investment, research and development, and the scale required to operate in automobile manufacturing. However, EV startups and global players are slowly testing the waters, especially in the compact hatchback segment and the SUV categories. Looking at the bargaining powers of the supplier, it is moderate given the scale advantage Maruti have, but the critical dependency remains that is on the semiconductors and EV battery technologies. On the other hand, the bargaining power of customers is all-time high, with the alternative options ranging from SUVs, two-wheelers, ride-sharing, and even the booming used car market. Customer can easily switch and demand more value for money. Now, the threat of substitute is also rising sharply. Urban buyers are experimenting with the subscription models, shared mobility, public transport, while rural customers are also increasingly considering the compact SUVs. Finally, the competitive live rivalry is also intense. Hyundai, Tata, Kia, Mahindra are offering safer, feature-rich vehicles in the lower prices, putting pressure on Maruti Suzuki. Now, I would like to invite Devang to walk us through the fishbone analysis to dig deeper into the problem.
Okay. Our fishbone analysis reveals that the CSKW slowdown is a result of several interconnected causes.
At the product level, the design and interiors are feel outdated. Safety ratings remain weak, and features are far behind what we young buyers now expect. In the market, the entry level segment under the 5 lakhs are virtually collapsed, with customers moving either compact SUVs or growing used car space. Competition has made it worse. Companies like Tata, Hyundai are offering safer and more stylish hatchback at similar price, and which makes Maruti's models look basic in comparison. At the ownership level, Maruti still relies on the dealer-driven model, which today's buyer prefer digital-first journeys, subscriptions, and flexible financing. And finally, costs are rising, with BS6 norms, stricter safety regulations, and fuel price volatility eating into the affordability advantage that once defined these cars. So the decision isn't about one issue. It's a combined weight of product gap, market shift, and stronger competition, limiting ownership on innovation and higher cost that has eroded the CSKW portfolio's relevance. But what does the data say about each model? For that, let me hand over to the Abhishek.
Coming to the next, as Chaudhary sir said, we have to need analysis to for that I am going to use Power BI to show you how they are our cars are performing. So we have collected sales data from different sites and of top selling 60 cars. Before going towards Indian market trend analysis, let us check out now CSKW model segment. So we have 4 cars: Alto K10, Celerio, Swift and Wagoner. All 4 are hatchback and primarily run on petrol and CNG. Moving towards safety rating, Alto K10 has the safety rating of 2. Celerio has the NCAP safety rating of 0. Swift and Wagoner has the NCAP safety rating of 1. Now moving towards the showroom price, all car lies between 3.5 lakh to 6 lakhs. Now our main focus would be on year-on-year growth from financial year 23 to 25. So Alto K10, we can see Alto K10 has declined sharply by 43%, and from financial year 24 to 25 it has been declined by 8%. Now moving to Celerio, Celerio sales has also a highly declination of 45%. Now moving towards Swift, it has 1% growth from financial year 23 to 25. However, the growth between financial year 24 to 25 has declined sharply by 8%. Our last car is Wagoner, so its sales has declined by 6%. Now let us deep dive into market trend analysis. So here we have a second slide which shows the Indian market trends. So first of all, our main focus would be on financial year growth from financial year year-on-year growth from financial year 23 to 25. So overall growth, market growth is of 13.78% from financial year 23 to financial year 25, and from 24 to 25 we have 2.74% overall growth. Other 3 cards shows the total sales in financial year 25, 24 and 23 respectively. Now moving towards our first graph, which is donut chart showing sales by safety rating. So here we can see higher safety rating of 3, 4 and 5 have shown growth in sales, while lower rated cars are on the decline. Here we can see car with safety rating 5 has the year on growth of 26%, 4 has the year on growth of 41%, and 3 has year on growth of 11%. But specifically safety rating 1 has dropped despite the overall market growing by 13%. Yeah, it shows the safety rating 1 has declined, not declined, but despite the overall market growing by 13%, which means its share is sinking. Moving towards the safety rating 2 has seen a sharp decline, that is of 34%, and cars with safety rating 0 has declined even more significantly with 45%. This is clear tells us that customers are becoming more inclined towards safety. Let us now moving toward next graph, that is total sales by type of car. So here we can see compact SUV has grown by 41%, SUV has grown by 73%, and MUV has seen growth of 38%, but hatchback sales have dropped by 22% from financial year 23 to 25, and sedan has also declined by 15%. So here we can say that Indian market is shifting towards SUVs and MUVs, while hatchbacks are and sedans are losing ground. Moving towards next graph, which is total sales by price. As we know that our car lies between 3.5 lakh to 6 lakh, so it can be seen that entry level segment between 3.5 to 6 lakh has declined by 16%, which shows that demand for the cheapest cars are reducing, and other cars like price range from 6.0 to 8.5 lakh range has been grown by 34%. Then 8.5 lakh to 11 lakh has seen a sharp growth by 52%, and from price range 11 lakh to 13.5 lakh has also seen a growth of 14%, and premium cars, that is 13.5 plus, has also shown a growth of 30%. Now moving towards the next graph, which is total sales by fuel. So here the most striking figure is of EV. Here is EV, and EV's growth is of 484%, which tells that EV still holds a small base compared to conventional vehicles. This surge clearly reflects rapid adoption and growing interest in electricity mobility. So this graph makes it evident that while petrol CNG hybrids continue to dominate today, the future trend is shifting towards EVs.
Now let's move on to the SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis presents the clear picture of where the CSK portfolio stands. On the strength side, the Wagoner R continues to be India's best-selling car for the 4 consecutive years, thanks to the spacious design and unmatched CNG efficiency for around 34 km per kg. And the Swift enjoys strong brand equity and is still considered to be fuel efficient and sporty design, especially among the younger buyers. Also, the Alto K10 remains the affordable entry car level with a strong rural penetration and wide CNG availability. And the Celerio, despite its decline, was one of the pioneers at the affordable AMTs in India, which shows Maruti history of innovation in a compact mobility. When move on to the weaknesses, they are hard to ignore. But safety is the biggest concern among the Wagoner R or Alto K10. Have pure NCAP ratings of just 1 star, which directly impacts buyers' decision and confidence. Decision is another gap, and the interiors that looks basic compared to Hyundai and Tata offerings. The Celerio suffers from a very low aspirational value with only 7% consumer preference from our survey. And its all models across the portfolio face limitations in technology, lacking connected infotainment, advanced driver assist features, and premium finishes. These weaknesses make it difficult for CSK portfolio to appeal to the more stylish conscious and tech-savvy audience.
Moving to opportunities, there are several that Maruti can tap into. The rise of Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities create growth for cars like Wagoner and Alto K10, which already have deep reach in these areas. The increasing acceptance of EVs and CNG also open doors for Celerio and Alto K10. Alto K10 can be repositioned as low-cost, eco-friendly options, while Wagoner can strengthen its efficiency leadership. Finally, digital first ownership models like subscriptions, buyback plans, and easy financing and gaining popularity, particularly among younger buyers who may not want to commit to long term ownership. Maruti has the scale to innovate here and set benchmarks. And finally, the threats are serious. The civilization of demand is pulling buyers away from hatchbacks entirely, with models like Tata Punch and Hyundai Exter priced very close to premium hatchbacks but offering higher status value. Rising safety regulations are another threat. As norms get stricter, production costs rise, which erodes Maruti's traditional affordability advantage. And of course, competition from Hyundai, Tata, and Kia remains intense, with rivals offering more stylish, feature rich, and safer cars in the same compact price range.
Of course, the voice of the customer was loud and clear in our survey. Most respondents said that we want safety and style, not just the low prices. They expect connected infotainment, hybrid or CNG models, and a bolder design language. They want compact cars feel more modern, not basic. The key takeaway is that price alone cannot be drive demand anymore. Unless the CSKW models reposition itself as a safe, stylish, and future-rich, they will continue to lose ground. This insight guides a strategy call on which models to exit and which to upgrade. Sujata will outline that next.
Okay. Our strategy is clear and targeted. First, Celerio must be phased out. Its positioning has collapsed, so we recommend converting the remaining stock for fleet and last minute mile mobility, backed by spares and service guarantees to avoid churn. Second, Alto K10 needs a complete repositioning, either as an Alto EV for urban eco conscious buyers or as CNG for rural affordability.
So, as we have seen from data, people are willing to pay high prices for better features and safer cars. So, our goal with Swift is clear. We should upgrade the Swift. We propose a more upgraded Swift Sports Edition, Swift Veloz, by differentiating its engine and performance to its current sports variant, emphasizing sportiness, connected technology, and youth-centric activation. And coming to Wagner, we must protect Wagner as a Maruti's family anchor. Safety and CNG efficiency should be emphasized to ensure its leadership in Tier 2 and Tier 3 markets. Let's now dive deeper into the model specific campaigns, starting with Swift.
Swift has always been Maruti's youth icon. To reinforce, we have proposed launching Swift Sports Edition. This would come with a sport-tuned suspension, bold alloy wheels, sport seats with contrast stitching, and a sharper throttle response. Technologically, it will feature 9-inch infotainment system with connected drive and OTA updates. The tagline would be Swift moves you. This approach makes Swift aspirational for Gen Z and millennials, positioning it directly against the i20 and Sonnet entry trims.
Moving towards the Wagon R has earned the trust of Indian families for decades. Our goal is to protect this positioning and refresh it for today. Our campaign's theme is room for everyone, value for every mile. The message emphasizes practically family space and eco-friendly CNG efficiency. On-ground activation would include community test drives in housing society, etc. Fintech partnerships are important, and offering zero around EMI payment plans would make Wagner even more accessible. This ensures that Wagner remains go-to the choice for small families in the growing cities.
Now coming to Alto A10, the Alto K10 requires a reinvention to stay relevant. We recommend creating two variants focused on the two customer segments. For urban and eco-conscious buyers, we recommend the launch of Alto EV. This would emphasize the total cost of ownership, low emission and easy urban mobility. For rural and cost-sensitive buyers, we can launch Alto CNG. This would ensure affordability and reliability, supported by a strong dealer network. This dual repositioning makes Alto both future ready and still aligning with core Maruti values, that is traditional and affordable.
To make these strategies work, our roadmap is structured around the 5 steps. First, revise pricing slightly efforts to create room for feature and safety additions. Secondly, invest in a design refresh and advanced safety across the portfolio. Third, uplift brand value by repositioning CSK as a safe and stylish. Fourth, shift perception through digital-first campaigns that engage youth and family alike. And finally, drive sales growth by appealing to both aspirational buyers and budget-conscious families.
This roadmap aligns Maruti's compact portfolio with the future of mobility, safe, connected, efficient, and aspirational vehicles. It's not about one model winning, it's about the four portfolios sustaining the leadership together. To conclude, our recommendations are decisive. Celerio exists, Swift is upgraded to a sporty youth icon, WagonR is reinforced as the smart family choice, and Alto K10 is repositioned as an eco-affordable option. Together, these moves will transform Maruti's Swift, Alto K10, and WagonR into a portfolio that is safe, smart, and future ready. Thank you for your time and attention. We now look forward to your questions.
Thank you, team. Can we have this slide on the fishbone analysis? Yeah. So you've identified these 6 reasons, right? On what basis have you arrived at these 6 reasons? Is there any? I mean, did you talk to people, or did you talk to the company, or is it just a secondary research? What is it? What is the basis?
So this is based on our Power BI data analysis and customer survey.
Mhm.
So we have identified 6 major factors for the slowdown in the CSKW sales. The first one is the product gaps. As we have seen, the Alto is looked outdated, and it is perceived outdated by youngsters.
Sure.
Same goes for Wagner. We see them as a dead car.
Fair
But-
enough. Now, suppose let's say we contrast, because you have this one with you.
Okay.
I don't know if we can do it together. Let's say we have your final suggestion slide next to right next to each other. I don't know if you can make it. Then how many of the 6 problem that you said
Yeah.
actually getting converted into not this one, the previous slide? Yeah, this one, right? Yeah. I think this is what you said, repositioning, right? The previous one, the previous slide. Oh, yeah, right? So how does the 6 problems that are identified are getting converted into these solutions?
So for Swift, we are repositioning it as a youth-centric car.
Mhm.
We are upgrading engine performance and safety, of course, and design should be upgraded as people are willing to pay higher prices for better features.
Okay.
We can position Swift as a youth-centric car. For Wagner, we can position it as a smart family choice. The compact SUVs market is rising, like Tata Punch and Hyundai Exter. So now Wagner is stuck between hatchback and a compact SUV.
Got
We
it.
can completely reposition as a compact SUV.
So you're not doing away with any one of them. You're still trying to reposition them.
We are repositioning a car in a particular context.
Okay.
For Swift, we are suggesting a youth-centric version. For
Sure.
Wagner, we are suggesting a compact SUV family choice.
Even though Swift already has a sports variant, but we see the engine with the base variant and the new sports variant, it's very similar. So we suggest an upgrading the engine of the Swift so that the youth can aspire to it.
Very
They find it interesting and something that they can buy as their first car for an aspirational value.
Good. Now, I have a last question, and that is, you have made a lot of suggestions, very good suggestions, by the way. But the point is that have you done some sort of cost analysis as to how much extra money that's going to cost them? And therefore, the moment you have a cost escalation, it has to be resulting in price escalation as well, by which it means that you're going to lose the advantage. So how do you justify that?
So for the cost, the GST relaxation would cover some of that.
You can't depend on that, right? It's just one time, right? In any case, you can't translate that forever because you still have to invest so much. Because, for example, what she's saying about the engine updation, it doesn't happen just overnight.
So by discontinuing Celerio, we can focus our time and resources by positioning Wagner and Alto in 2 different categories.
Right.
Alto should be positioned as an affordable option,
Mhm.
and Wagner should be positioned as a compact SUV family choice. So this will also decrease market clutter, internal conflicts, and
All this reposition is coming with, right, some raiders. The raiders are basically in terms of what you're suggesting here, right? Base is that you'll reposition. But the point is that
all this, each of the points that you're making there, for example, million, all that, each one of the bullet points is going to cost you. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, it's of course going to cost you. Now, since we have already seen the decline in the sales of these cars, so
Okay.
in order to make up to something so that the sales project much higher in the future, we'll have to take some action, and of course it's going to cost us. So one way of covering those costs, if we discontinue the scenario model, it will save some resources, not all, but
Okay.
yeah, we have considered it's going to cost us, but in the long run it's also going to benefit us, I guess.
So your final version is that, final conclusion is that you're going to be discontinuing the Celerio.
Yes, sir.
Yes? Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you so much, Quorum team. I would like to invite the team space for further quest.
Team K-Swiss. Please be prepared for the next. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm Divya from Team Space. So before you questioning that where are my other teammates? So we all are from different colleges from different cities. So some of them are from Delhi. So they couldn't make it because Pune is too far. And my teammate Avinash, he has another competition at IIT Bombay, startup related. So that's why he couldn't make it. So that's why I'm here to do presentation. So without further ado, let's jump on the presentation. Okay, so we know about the problem statement that we are here to solve the problem related CSK portfolio of Suzuki that they are facing some critical issue regarding their sales in the market. So we are going to solve here and I'm telling you that what strategy we can use so we can regain the market again. So starting here as a CSK portfolio, so CSK come from the small, they are from small car segment. So talking about small car segment, so their sales is fell from 47.4% in FY18 to just 27.7% in FY24. That's mean in a span of just 7 years, they fell like 42%. And talking about, if you can see in the graph, you can see the sales of month July. So you can see the scenario, the sales is very critical. And wagon still making significant sales. So yeah, so this is the financial performance of Maruti Suzuki. So for Maruti Suzuki quarter one for FY26, their revenue is growing like 9.9% year on year to its 40,493 crores. And the profit for the Maruti Suzuki is 0.9%. And in the table, you can see that year on year change for all the models of the Suzuki is like for wagon is decreasing 9% year on year. For Swift it is 16%. For Alto K10 it's 20% and for Celerio is like 44%. So that is like very critical for Celerio. Okay, so most important question is that which are the reasons because of that the sales of CSK portfolio is getting down. So first reason is regulatory cost burden. So because of safety and emission norms, the inflation of the car price by 30 and 40%. So like for model wagon R, the approximately like 4.2 lakhs to 5.79 lakhs over the 6 year. That is the inflation happen in the car. And again, talking about the second reason why the sales are getting down is that the consumer aspiration. So because of status perception, the SUV present like CSK, they are from hatchbacks. And talking about the market, so right now people are more moving toward the SUV cars rather than hatchbacks. So that is the one of the reason because their sales is getting down. And the third reason is that financial accessibility gap because for middle class people, they basically depend upon EMI to buy the new cars. I know the trend is going on that people want to buy new cars, but because of the salary as inflation is going like increasing on the year on year basis, but still their salary is not increasing. So that's why they can't make it, they can't buy the cars. And the fourth reason is feature parity. So entry level SUV now they offer comparable fuel efficiency as hatchbacks. So they are more like moving toward buying SUVs rather than CSKs. So now what strategy we can use so we can gain the sales of CSK portfolio? So we divided strategy in different phases and also we have clearly mentioned that what kind of investment we require for the particular strategy. So first is strategic price revision. So as I mentioned, the main reason is that the prices are getting increasing. So first we need to tackle with that. So we can reduce the price by 30 to 50,000. Why there is a reason like 30 to 50,000 we can decrease is that it's like uh, price like say mental car price I would say that is like it's just psychological price of the car I would say because 30 to 50,000 is like much more for the car. If suppose example salary is for like 5.64 lakhs, and suppose we are decreasing their price, and it will become like 5.14. So that is like, if you can see, 5.64 is looking like bigger number rather than 5.14. So that's why, if suppose we can decreasing the price like from 30 to 50,000, then that is, we can, that then help the increase the sales. And also second is that I'm so sorry. For second one is that digital sales platform. So expanding to online, that is very much helpful for us, because to solve their queries, that will help us to increase the sale, to figure it out like how much inquiries we are getting. So and also it is important for a salesperson, if suppose we are getting like 100 inquiries, so they have to make sure that we can convert them, like 40 to 60 of them we can convert. So this strategy we have to use for first 3 to 4 months, because they are easy to implement, and that is like require minimum investment for it. The phase 2 strategy, it will like we have to implement it in 6 to 8 months of phase. So for this, first one will be the aggressive CNG expansion. Why CNG? Because as everyone is moving toward the sustainable option, and CNG is one of them, and CNG like cost like in minimum like less price compared to petrol. So that is the better option, I would say, that we can add. And the second was one is like cost optimization, so where we can reduce the manufacturing cost, because every time we can just decrease the like we can just increase the cost of the models for our customer, but internally we have to do something, so we can manage costing and also reduce the loss as well. So here we can decrease the manufacturing cost by 15 to 20%. And then third one is that feature differentiation strategy. So what we can do, if suppose we are not trying to reduce any cost, but we can add new feature as well, like we can add any screen like technological advancement as well, because if suppose we are adding something new in the car, then that is like different changes in the car, because people are now, and also technology is advancing day by day, people are like to have some new advanced uh, technologies in their cars. So I would say adding something technological uh, feature in the car, that would be the great option for us. Okay, and the third one is that about market expansion. So Suzuki is like they present in the India as well as outside the India. But the first one is that rural market penetration. So talking about rural and the comparison between rural and urban area is that, so in the rural area the sales is like growing 7.55% on year basis, and talking about urban, so it is increasing like 5.4. So it is important for us to more focus on rural area, because even like I am from rural area, and I know that if someone is buying the car, then their neighbors also started like thinking about buying some car. So that is the thing that we also need to focus on rural area, because the cost of the CSK portfolio is also very much like I would say affordable for the ruler compared to others models. And the third one is partnership and ecosystem play. So here we can do partnership with microfinancing firms. Why this required? Because mostly rural people from rural area, they like to buy car on the basis of like EMI. So that is also important for us to make something easier process for our customer. If suppose we are giving them EMI option, so that will be easier for them to consider about the CSK portfolio. Then third one is export market. So export market is increasing like by 37.4%. So it is very necessary for us to also check that we are expanding more. So as of now we should to focus on South Africa, Mexico and Philippines. Why? So all three countries are from different continent, and we already have existing market in particular country, so we need to focus more on this. So if suppose like it's like, if as I mentioned, they are from different continents, so that will be easier for we that will be easier for us to expand in the other countries as well, which are neighbor of these countries. So that is it. So the strategy which I told you, that was like simple strategies, I would say, but there are some advanced strategies that also we can use to maintain the position in the market. So first one is blockchain powered community ownership model. So why this is very important, as we know that blockchain is digital database and that help you to store all the data and without getting it hacked, right? And various model like Volkswagen or BMW, they are also using this technology in their model. So I think this is a very good option for us to add this technology in our cars. Second is gamification as a service. Why this is? Because I think to solve the problem, it is not necessary to always be serious. Sometimes it is very necessary for us to attach customer with the emotion, so that will help us to increase the customer retention as well. So gamification will help us to attach them with our brand. So like we can add some quizzes, we can add some games where they can do competition with their favorite brands, I would say. So that will be so easy for them to connect them with the uh, brand. And the third one is that subscription based feature. So this is very unique feature, I would say. And we are like given this feature because we want to make this customizable and affordable to the Indian people. So here we can give them various services in minimum price on the monthly basis or on yearly basis. So that will be easier for them as well. If suppose they want to they want to buy subscription for music, if suppose premium music system, if suppose they are planning to go for picnics, so they might can use 10 day music system as well for month, and also air conditioner for per day rupees, or like per day 10 rupees. So that is also like affordable thing, I would say, and the unique feature that we can add. And the fourth one will be neural network powered predictive ownership. So this is the kind of AI feature that we want to add in the system. So that will help us to analyze customer trend and what exactly our customer want, and we can give them like suggestion according to their requirement, like what exactly about weather, like what is talking about. Suppose we can give them like prediction about when they have to use air conditioning according to weather pattern, how much they are using CNG. So this prediction we can give with the help of this system. Also finally, expected financial impact. So like as I mentioned that we have done like various strategy, we used various strategy, and I have mentioned various investment as well. So with that, uh, uh, what impact we can get from this strategy? So is that current CSK monthly sales is like 36,202 units, but with the help of this strategy we can make sure that their sales for per month will be 43,842 units, and you can see the annual revenue impact will be like 2,400 plus crore additional revenue, and also investment ROI will be 3.3x and average return multiplier. So just a like summary of that how to implement the strategy. So for immediate and priority action we can take is that we can launch some affordable pricing for the customer. As I mentioned that we can reduce the price by 30 or 50,000, and also we can add some new feature like AI, because that will be, because AI is trending and that will be like uniqueness for us, so we can add that. And also for medium term execution, as I mentioned that we need to expand more in rural area, so we can implement that strategy in the medium term, like in 6 to 8 months. And for long term sustainability, as we want to sustain in market as well, so we can like use next generation CSK platform as well, and also we can grow more internationally. Okay, these are the success metrics and KPIs for short 6 months, for 12 months, and for 24 months. So you can check for first 6 months the sales volume will be like 25% increase in the CSK sales, and we will gain the market share of like 2% for small car segment. And for medium term, the revenue growth will be like 2000 plus crore for CSK portfolio, and also rural penetration will be 40%, and also export expansion will be like 50,000 plus annual CSK export units. And for long term, we can command like 40% of small car segment in India. And also we can expect the profitability of 50% plus EBITDA margin despite pricing pressure. And also, as I mentioned, that we can add technologies and we can use some sustainable option. So we can add that that will help us to stand out from the competitors. Okay, these are strategy fine, but there will be risks as well. So what are the main risks from the particular strategy will be, and what are the strategies that we use to solve the risks as well. So first one will be market risk. So second will be competitive, and third will be regulatory and economics. So market will be like, as I mentioned, that people are more optioning for small utility vehicles, and so we need to make sure that we have to make a position in such a way that the CSK will be the smart choice for the people. And competitive risk, as no, we every time we can't just reduce the price of our model, but we can make sure that we can just that show one USP of our brand to the customer, so can they will not go to our competitors. And third will be regulatory risk, that will be related to safety. So we need to focus on that, what kind of accident can happen in future, we need to take care of that as well. So and the fourth will be the economic, that will be about rural income volatility. So we have to make sure that we will provide flexible pricing to them, and also we will help them with EMI, so they can buy our car as well. Also, the conclusion will be that I know that at this time the CSK portfolio at its critical situation, but we have to take action immediately. And as like total investment required for this is like 1,350 crores, and also we can achieve 21.1% of sales. So thank you so much for listening patiently.
Thank you for your effort and also the people who could not join you. Can you go back to the slide on root cause analysis?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. In this, right? So one is that regulatory cost burden, and therefore you are shifting the entire blame to the government, which is okay, right? Because you're saying all the exercise in the cost is because of that, the government, which is okay. Now, if you look at the third one, the financial accessibility gap, right? But now you're saying that because of inflation and all that kind of stuff, so therefore people are not able to afford. Using the same logic, how is it that rest of the models or rest of the categories are actually increasing?
Sir, that can be because of the feature that they're providing. As CSK is hatchback and they're mostly make for like city riding.
Mhm.
And if suppose people want to go for picnics, so they must not use that particular car model. And also the second factor would be how comfortable is that particular car and how much mileage is that giving, I would say. So that is the reason that that maybe they are not choosing these cars.
Okay, fair enough. Now, if you go to your phase, solutions, I think you mentioned about three phases, right?
Yeah.
The first phase where you're knocking off the price, you're reducing the price by 30 to 50,000. Am I right?
Yes.
Now, the phase one, of course, you're simply saying that you'll have to reduce the price, and then when you come to the phase two and phase three, right? Now, is there any dichotomy between these three phases? In one phase, you're saying that you have to reduce the price, right? In the second and third one, you're actually telling the company that you have to do all this, and therefore the cost is going to increase, and therefore the price has to increase. So what does it mean when you say that on one hand you're trying to reduce the price, on the other hand you're increasing the features because of which the cost is going to go up, and because of which the price is also going to be. So how do they balance out?
Okay, so first thing, without adding any feature or any new thing in the car, we can't just increase the price of the model, right? If suppose we are not adding any feature in the car, then we have to make sure that we can at least decrease the price from our end.
So even before that,
Yeah.
with your permission, ma'am, why did you arrive at, or on what basis have you arrived at the idea that you have to reduce the price?
So this will be the first step. So as they are at the critical phase,
Okay.
and first thing we have to focus that at least we can gain some sales in the market, so we can use that for our next phase as well.
Sure. Fair enough. And then the last question that I have, ma'am, is that you have mentioned about the revolutionary strategies, four of them, right? Including blockchain, then GAN, right?
Yeah.
The gamification. And the most important thing is the neural network. How do you think, I mean, are they really feasible, the four of them? Because they look very exotic in the classroom, I mean, in this room. But then can you actually implement them?
No, actually, they all are very advanced technologies,
Right.
and we can't just introduce in this 1 year or 2 year, I would say.
Mhm.
But if suppose from these phases that we have already discussed, phase one, phase two, and we are like gaining some significant market in the uh, significant market in India, but in future, because as I mentioned, Volkswagen or BMW, they are already introducing this technology in their car model. So if suppose we want to sustain in the market in future, then we need to think in that perspective that how we can stand out from other brands.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Space. It was really insightful. I would like to call upon the stage team K-Swiss for the further quest.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Extend.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can we start?
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team K-Swiss from IIM Bangalore, and we are honored to present our work in front of the jury. So, talking about it, Maruti's CSK line has been an icon in order to build Maruti's presence in the hatchback segment in India. But we have been seeing a recent decline in the sales trend, and which is what we'll be analyzing today. Our next 20 minutes of the presentation focuses on two things: to analyze the declining demand for the CSK lineup and to identify actionable strategies to relive sales and reposition them in the changing passenger car market. Talking about the three segments, we analyzed the Maruti Suzuki's official website and the ads that were rolled out on their YouTube channel to see that there was a clear distinction in the positioning of the three segments in the with respect to the price range as well as the core buyer that they were targeting. Now, when we look at the sales trend here, we see that there was a clear decline among Alto, Celerio, as well as Swift. wherein Alto remains at a very high time declining slope. And the peaks that you see in the light blue color, which indicates that there were certain market forces which led to the peak. Either it was a launch of a new variant, or in case of Swift, it was the semiconductor shortage in the initial into FY 2021, which drove the demand, increasing in demand in the following years. But overall, we see a steep decline in the problem space of all the three segments.
So moving on to competitive landscape, we went through all the product features for Alto, Tata, Hyundai in the same hatchback segment. And then what we found is all the product features in car is at par the industry standards, which directly compete with Tata, Hyundai and other hatchback cars. But there is one change that has happened recently is in the perception. Another thing is, if you see at the last, there is safety rating which we have mentioned as low. That is because not of the absence of safety feature, but the safety ratings that is visible over internet among consumers. We see that all the safety features which Tata has or Hyundai has, that is present already into Maruti Suzuki. Just we wanted to highlight, that's why we have mentioned it as low. We would discuss about that in later slides. So my first question would be, Nikita, what do you think about Maruti Suzuki?
It's more of a childhood vibe. It's good for learning, and also as a beginner, it's good for me.
All right. What about Dipti?
So I have two Maruti cars and they are used for local and travel purposes due to its average and small size.
Exactly. It is a value proposition for most Indian families, but have to get safer. This is what came out of the comment from our consumer interviews, reviews, and consumer surveys. So to start with, we went through different websites and look for the consumer surveys. We did a sentiment analysis over that. And what we observed is mostly the reviews has been positive about all three models of Maruti Suzuki. We then moved to customer surveys in tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 cities. The demographics that we targeted was youth as well, and obviously the family segment in all the tiers. What we found out is in tier 1 majorly the decision making power has been changed when we talked to families in different societies. They say that their kids are now becoming a decision maker while buying cars, because car is so personal and it is also a status symbol for a family. So it's somewhat around 50-50 split that non-earning member and earning member is gonna make the decision while buying cars. When we talk about brand preference, we see that Maruti Suzuki is there. When we talk about preferred hatchback, we see Maruti is at 4th position, but how do we increase that is the question. After going through all these surveys and analysis, we see out of 8 parameters, we see there are 4 gaps in the perception. First one is outdated and behind competitors. This is being said by the youth of today. Uh, Also, they say that it's not young and stylish. Because of wrong perception over internet, they also say that it's not very feature rich or safe, but it's not true. One more thing that we found out is whenever you talk about booking a cab on Ola or Uber, you always think that it's gonna be Maruti Suzuki Swift. So that has also came into perception that it is more of a cab and taxi oriented car. Now we analyzed the problem in these 3 models, but we also saw what made Wagonar a huge success.
So as our case also was mentioning that there was a problem with CSK portfolio, along with that, they also mentioned that there was an increase in Wagoner, which is still relevant. So when we deep dive to understand the sales trend and the growth percentage year on year for Wagoner, we realized that if you see all this positive spikes happened when there was a new variant launch with respect to each generation, that is also symbolizing that you come up with more stylish and youth centric design elements. So there was a cosmetic lift that happened. Beyond that, if we see the now, right, that we see post the third generation, there has been an upward rise in the sales data for Wagoner. That actually comes with the change in proposition that they have led from second generation to third. So what we see is second generation was promoted. We had brand ambassador as R. Madhavan, where the promotional aspect was rational focus. They wanted to say it's the smart India and it's a rational decision to come and select Wagoner. But in the third generation, they changed the entire proposition to Dil Se Strong. There was no dedicated celebrity ambassador as such, but there was more story oriented narratives. Even now, if I watch a Wagoner ad, I get emotional. There are family aspects, there are friends aspects, there's always a story that's connected. So that has also kind of helped perceive Wagoner as more of youth centric and lead to increasing sales trend that we see.
Now, as we have seen all the things from positioning, perception point of view, there are also external factors. It's not just public perception that we see. So here we have listed down what are the microeconomic cost drivers and the regulatory changes which have aided it. Now, if you see from the microeconomic point of view, we have economic and income factors. So we see that now there are only 12% of the households who can afford a 10 lakh car. So that is the first thing. Second is that after COVID, the growth in the income has been very stagnant. We can see only bottom 40% saw their increase in the income. Then we also saw that there was a very high inflation. Moving that, the impact that COVID had, it has degraded the GDP growth, which has also aided in how the costs have rise from that. Besides, a very important factor is that the asset division. Now the middle class is more investing because we see that the share of the wallet which goes towards a car, they have brought it down and they are investing in gold or savings. They have become more savings oriented. That is a very major thing why people are not buying cars. Second is cost of ownership and financing. Although we have seen there are EMI factors and various things available, but still we see that there is a mandatory 3-year insurance which has to be upgraded. There are various add-ons that have come in, and there is also a current depression because of the USD. Our dollar, our value in terms of dollar has gone down, which has again given a boost to the ownership cost increase. Then if we go towards structural and mobility changes, we see that there have been urbanization, which we also talked. What has happened is that we have got a more perception of being a car. Like if you see, if you order a Ola right now, we assume that it's going to be a Swift. So that is a very big thing that has happened nowadays. And us as a youth, for example, if I go out and I want to book an Alto, I will think, oh, it should not look like I'm driving a Uber or something like that. That's a very big perception that has happened in the youth. Second is aspirations. As all of the competitors have mentioned, the aspiration has changed, that people now want to associate to the car in a different way as we had earlier generation. Then we also see that the used car market, it has also got a very big, used car market has seen a very big hike in the past 2 years or 3 years, which was not earlier, which is a very important factor because of which these cars are being rotated in the market and new cars are not being brought. That is a very big factor. And also now what is happening is that formal IT jobs and work from home has come a very big share, because of which the youth is aware of that. I don't just want convenience, I want style. I want to be represented. When I go to my office, I want a car which is in the parking, or when I enter, it should look so good that, oh, he's come in this. That's a very big thing. Next, if we see to the regulatory, we can see a lot of things have changed. For example, now we have the BS6 phase 2, that is the emissions that have to be aligned. Then we have enhanced safety and crash standards, which have again added to the cost. Then we have CAFE norms, which have again added to the cost. Now, in all, if we see this BF62 safety, CAFE compliance, all of these with the perception change, everything has brought a shift in why these models are not selling much. Now, as we have talked of so many factors, positioning, perception, and everything, now let's see what is the solution. So our solution is majorly focused over three pillars. One is the positioning and perception. Second is product innovation. And third is customer centricity. So now we'll see how these pan.
So talking about the positioning, what we are doing here is we are actually analyzing with respect to communication and design where they are currently positioned and where we would like to draw their attention in the coming years. So when we saw the search trend, this is a Google search trend for the past 5 years, we observed that Suzuki in terms Swift in terms of its communication has been way up the ladder in comparison to Alto and Celerio. That is what we see in their initial positioning. Then we analyzed a facelift score. We did this based on various factors. For example, segment life cycle stage talks about the generation they are in, competitor and trend alignment, the customer expectation from the car. So the more premium priced you are, the more the customer expects in terms of offerings. So when we analyzed and we computed the scores based on our market survey, we were able to figure out that currently Swift needs a design change, which it hasn't done in the recent past years. In terms of Celerio has had been at very strong position in terms of design. It also has similar looking like an SUV vibe. However, the communication of Celerio always remains slow. Even in the Maruti Suzuki's official YouTube website, the ads related to Celerio were fairly lower than Alto and Swift. In terms of Alto, since we mentioned the different macro environment factors, there is a need of not only change of communication, we also need a slight design shift, which we'll be discussing further.
Okay, so moving on to how do we promote our products. These are a few posters created by us and Gen AI, of course. What we did was we took these posters and went back to our customer, which we had interviewed, and tried to gauge their perception again. What do they think now about the product? So we realized that definitely features are there with Maruti Suzuki, but it's not being communicated very well. We do not see Maruti Suzuki coming as a face front in their automobile industry. We always see Tata or other brands. So like go aggressive with marketing. Here with these posters, we realized once we talked to them again that they see this more youth oriented. Alto has been and will be a family oriented car, but with Celerio and Swift, with the design change and a better promotion strategy, the perception might change. Also, we also need to focus more on safety aspect in our promotions with maybe like a tagline or more like gamification, which shows how we have incorporated safety in our cars. Simple tagline would be drive bold, stay safe. It already gives youth more confident that they can drive it with more confidence and courage with safety. Moving on.
Yeah, so now this is basically to knock the issue that we said of Uberization, that generally we see that we are getting more of Uber. So what we have suggested is, as we said, that we need to change the designs, and with change in design there will be a lot of costs coming up because marketing costs are there, you have feature enhancement costs. So our was do a versioning. One would be a commercial line and other would be a personal line. Now why we said this is that we analyzed Honda City. Honda City has clear front denied to give any of its car for any Uber, Ola purposes. Why? Because it didn't want to have that perception. So that is a factor which we took in consideration and we have designed this thing. And they tried out doing that, but they for the corporates, but they brought it back because it was lowering the sales. So we have given one should be a commercial line which should be for government fleets. Uber, the current version that we have, that could go for the same. And also we have said that these specific specific version should go for the tier 3 cities, because tier 3 cities are more towards convenience and space. So the current versions will very well go for that. But for us, youth, Gen Z, and the coming generation, we need a new look. We need new stuff, refresh things. So that is where a personal line comes in, where it is going to be style, comfort, safety, and we'll also have some premium cost attached to it. So we have a ad which we could play, but I think we don't have much time available. I'll just play it in short, but I think the sound is not coming. That's fine. So this ad just shows that how we are going to segment it into two separate parts. One of commercial line and other will be of a personal line. So yeah. So moving forward, this is how we have said we have multiple factors when we see at a marketing diagram. So this is the current brand prism which CSK brand has in terms of in terms of personality. It is friendly, functional. In terms of self image, it is cheap versus pure. It is smart server. It is outdated. Physic. These are all the factors which current CSK looks like. And with all the changes, we need to move it to this version that it has a confident, modern, family centric, responsible, first proud family. This is all. And these are the various metrics that they would want to calculate. So all the prices written over here are from the industry standards, since we could not get Maruti specific OEM prices. So these are all industry prices. And on the basis of that, we'll have to combine a customer engagement value. This is going to help in the customer centric process. Yeah, so now moving forward.
Yeah, so talking about the customer centricity, not only just gaining customer acquisition, but we need to ensure that we are able to push them up the ladder. So we have campus to car program. Basically, this is to ensure that in office spaces where you can actually make sure you are able to provide first drives in office fairs to clients, because they will be the ones who will be our entry market, and that will help us further increase them up the ladder. Another solution is that we have in Maruti's Suzuki's driving school, they have the digital virtualized software simulations which can mimic the real world car environment. What we are suggesting is to elevate that into a digital car trial as a gamified version to launch the safety features. You can explain the customers in a gamified way how do you want, what are the features the companies have and the car has to provide. So eventually that will push you up the ladder. Similarly, you can have Gen Z edition co-creations done. Maruti Suzuki has a forum which right now is nearly dead. There are just one or two comments per month. So Maruti Suzuki can focus on gaining traction in the Maruti Suzuki forum which is present online.
Yeah. So with the implementation, whatever we have suggested, we are gonna have it in till 36 months. We are gonna start with our facelifting implementation where you change the production and design. We're gonna then move to aggressive communication with our planning strategy for approx 2 months. Then the next 6 months phase would be creative production and creating the promotion strategies. We'll then go with the pre-launch teasers and seeding with our different programs that we have mentioned. We'll have launch window, and then we are gonna make it sustainable and create a life cycle out of it with our CRM.
So finally, for the financials, so these are the various things that we had mentioned, and the costs. All of these costs are industry standards, and we have mentioned the sources at the end in the appendix if we would want to check those sources. So these are all the costs that will be incurring from the cost perspective, and from the benefit perspective, as we have told of a personal line, these are going to be the additional prices which we can charge, and these are on the quantity basis. The costs are on the baseline basis. Now here we have also given an illustrative case, which is basically if we consider 10,000 cars being sold, how much will be the break even. So we assume it to be in 7 to 9 months, with premium version going on a 10k plus. Similarly, we have CPM, that is marketing, when that is going to be hedged out, that is also considered. And we have also mentioned some upsides and downsides, and on the basis of that the profits could go up and down, but we assume even if we do those changes, it in 12 months it has to be covered. So yeah, this is all from our side. Thank you, and these are the appendix for your references.
Thank you, Case Wiz team. Very good. I have one or two questions. One is you said about survey, right?
Yes.
How many? What's your size and what's your people that you have conducted the survey?
So in tier one, we first started with our college to get youth. So there it was around 100 to 150. Then we
In
moved
Bangalore, in campus?
in campus and outside as well.
Okay.
And
For
then
how many of them was it aspirational or was it not aspirational at all?
a few of them obviously were aspirational. They were looking for SUV. So there we got the comments that if Maruti Suzuki went for aspirational youth appeal they have, then they might think to buy it. Then we also went to a few societies to talk to families. So it was around not very much, but around 10 to 12. We moved to tier two cities, mostly talk to families there. Around 20 to 25.
But tell me one thing. I mean, in that family category, right?
Right.
Right now, what we get to see in India is what is called a DINK, double income, no kids, right? That's a DINK family. I mean, category that you're talking about.
Right.
Which actually is supposed to be by various studies. They're contributing a lot to the upsurge in various categories. Definitely, the automobiles as well, the cars, right? So, did you happen? I mean, did you ever, think of this, targeting these people?
Sir, actually, the thing is, for this economy that we are saying, they are not the people who are in their 40s. They are young people who are either graduating, early married people. So
Okay.
they are more aspirational. They want the style that we said, that they want style. They want a compact car, but it should not be outdated in style.
Okay.
When we talked to them about the current Alto Celerio, they said it looks old. It does not suit us. We would not like to go to the office in that.
So why did you stick with that? Just a hypothesis.
Yeah.
Because let me put it this way: that if at all, since you have talked to people,
Yeah.
and then you have talked to your own,
Batchmates.
colleagues in your batchmates, right? And definitely in
Yes.
electronicity on IT
Yes.
crowd there. Now, if design is the primer thing, so can we? I mean, actually stick to the simple fact that we just rejig the design, and therefore everything else will fall in place.
Sir, actually, the thing is, we also have to consider that there are already running cars, and Swift is already having a good perception in terms of the commercial vehicles which are running. People want that because of the toughness it has and the space it has. So that's why we said that design is mandatory to do, but we also have to communicate that these existing
Can you
have
just
to
go to that perception map that you have?
Yeah.
One of the drives.
This one?
You said perception gap, right? In one of the slides. Yeah. Now tell me, where is the perception gap here for all of this?
So the red highlighted ones is where we see the gap, or the perception has been changed.
Okay. So first one, like you're saying, is outdated or behind competitors. When you say outdated, is it because of design?
Yes, correct.
Fair enough.
And then because of communication, like the promotion or the strategy that they have to
What will you
market.
communicate? If you don't have anything new to communicate, what will you communicate? Right.
Right.
Right. So other thing, I think one of the slide that you have shown is that I think for a WagonR or so, there are two colors in the same year. Yeah, just no, this. Just previous one. Yeah, here. If you look at FY19, right, WagonR sales in India, right, and then why is there a spike? I mean, you have red and blue in FY19.
So that basically indicates that the red one is your second generation and blue just got launched towards the end. So the indication of blue was
Very good.
to indicate
Okay.
direction of
Sure.
change.
And then last but one I have is that since you talked about, I think one of the last slides that you're talking about where you, I think true value. Yeah, right. You see this one, I think, no, the previous one. Yeah, no, not this. The next one, I think so. Yeah, here, right? Is what you see is the true value. Am I right? Not this. Before this. Yeah, this one. If you stay on this, no, fair enough. Now, okay, fair enough. So the question that I have is that have you considered actually talking to, because true value is a very interesting concept with the second-hand car market, right?
Yes.
So instead of leaving to somebody else, Maruti has actually done a brilliant job, or not brilliant, that you have to figure out.
Yeah.
They have started on their own, right? True value, which is their own secondary market, right? Secondary cars. Have you actually happened to talk to them in terms of which is a fast-moving product in True Value, which is the second hand card market?
So we have not talked to them. We didn't go and talk to them, but from all the research, because they themselves have a website. On website only you can do the resell and all of the things. They do have it on the website. So
But do you see a sense, and do you see some reasoning in terms of it might be a good idea to talk to? Because the point is that it is all about, since all of you know the analytics part of it, the analysis part is that the resale value of these cards.
yes.
Now, you might have 100 models. At the end of the day, right, it will be only one or two which have a high resale value.
Yes.
Now, for us to know, right, the only way to know is, of course, you have the the unorganized market, very difficult to know. But then True Value actually will definitely tell you which is the fast moving. And people will just lap it up without questions are being asked.
So mostly it was for Swift. Their Swift was the
Yes.
fastest one, and because it had the features. Because as we said previously, also it was slightly mentioned as sporty. So
Yeah.
it was the fastest resale thing that they could do with Swift.
Sure.
But other two were nowhere in line. They were like, we don't. That does not go. That's the whole thing that.
Sure. Can we have the last slide? And the last question for us. Yeah, this one. And yeah. Now, I think you're mentioning about in 0 to 12 months, right? I think you listed out three important things. One is about the positioning and perception, and the second one is product innovation, and the last one is customer centricity, right? So, in this order, right? In this, I think you said about a facelift implementation, 0 to 6 months, right? And which is going to be your topmost priority in this phase? Is it just the communication? Of course, you mentioned about communication, that's right. But then, even before this, right, what is that you want to communicate?
So, of course, we are saying that there would be a design change. So, there would be a lot of R&D involved in that. So there we'll have the major touch point that you need to spend a lot of time there. Then we kept the facelift implementation lower because Maruti Suzuki already has the capability. So once they have done with R&D and with the plan, they can easily implement it. Now the second most part which we are going to focus on is the promotion and communication. So that is why we have created a little descriptive plan over there.
Thank you so much, K-Swiss team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team K-Swiss. That was really convincing. We'll take a lunch break now. Don't wander too far because we are having some more interesting cases waiting for you after. Post break, we'll be continuing with the quest with Team Visioners, and I request the participants to move out first.
Okay, participants.
Okay, team name. Your institute name?
Business.
Arihan. Yeah, Arihan. बता. Okay, so team name Visioners, right?
Yes.
From Arihan Group. So they'll be presenting. Remember the deadlines, the duration, everything, right? 20 minutes. So we'll give a buzzer at 15 minutes, followed by a final buzzer at 20 minutes. And then question and answer for 10 minutes again. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ishika Sharma, along with my team member Kritika, Akshit, and Hitesh. We all are here to share some insight and give the presentation on the case study of Maruti Suzuki. If we hear the word Maruti Suzuki, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? For me, it is more about trust and affordability. Well, we will be learning today, we all will be analyzing towards the current company's current challenges, customer insights, its financial performance, and also strategies that they need to adopt in order to revive its smaller car segment, that is their hatchbacks, and also to regain their leadership in the current Indian market. Well, if I talk about the problem statement, which is why Maruti Suzuki is losing its dominance in the real life scenario, also we will be analyzing that what are the core reasons behind it. Among all, I have elaborated, find out the three main dominant reason among all. First would be there is a slight change in the preference of people who are readily trying to buy cars, which gives them the feeling of more luxury and stylish cars. Second would be there's the slight dominance of SUV cars in the market, which is actually regaining and capturing 50% of the market share, which is actually a questionable part for Maruti Suzuki. Third, because of the strict rules and regulations directed by the government of India, cars need to adopt themselves as per the safety standard and carbon emissions set it by them. Because of that, customers are getting more conscious about the safety measures. If they are buying cars, they want their cars to be more energy efficient and also about the cars which put less carbon emissions on the society. So, because of all three predominant reasons, the impact on the sales of Maruti Suzuki cars have been a massive impact. First, if I talk about the sales of all the three segments, first would be Celerio. The sales have declined about 55%, which is actually a questionable amount because it is nearly half of the sales have been declining. So, if Maruti Suzuki wants to regain itself in the current market, they need to make strategy in order to revive itself in terms of Celerio. Also, if I talk about Alto K10, they have also declined in their sales is about 27%, followed by Swift, which is actually the most iconic car among all of them, is also having a decline of 60% of sales. But among all, only Wagoner is the one who is able to hold the position by selling 14,700 cars per unit in the Indian market. So, what revival strategies CSK as Maruti Suzuki should be adopting in order to regain its dominance in the market? I believe that Maruti Suzuki should not only create more strategies in the market, but also they need to maintain their existing core values, or should I say, the unique selling propositions of them. That is affordability, reliability, and fuel efficiency. Apart from their existing core values, I believe that they should be transforming themselves as the normal transportation cars to different aspirational mobility solution. They should try to give more experience, enhancing their experience by adding different features, by using the electrification in their cars. Second would be balancing their features with innovation. As we are living in the digital era where electrification cars, EV cars are at the boom. So, Maruti Suzuki should not only be focusing on enhancing their features, but also they need to expand themselves in terms of electric vehicle cars. Lastly, if Maruti Suzuki needs to adapt themselves and regain its market share in the market, then they must be fulfilling and repositioning itself as the most energy driven car in the world. I have made up timeline on the basis of what Maruti Suzuki must plan themselves their strategies on the basis of what they need to develop their strategies in order for the future upcoming years. If I talk about the short term plan, that would be doing the aggressive marketing strategy and also about launching limited edition Swift cars. As we all know that Swift is the most iconic cars among all the Maruti Suzuki cars. I believe that if they will be launching limited edition of Swift cars and doing aggressive strategy, marketing strategy, then that will create a lot of curiosity among the people. Because in Gen Zs or in millennials, something which is on a limited portion, which is not easily available by people, that creates a lot of curiosity among the mind of the people. That will be able to generate more sales among all the cars. Second would be medium term plan. If I talk about the digital ads, I believe in that in this digital domain era, by using Google Ads and digital campaigns, we will be able to drive ourselves more towards electronic vehicle, electrification, more technologically advanced, upgraded system that will be able to enhance our sales. And ultimately, our long-term goal should be able to extract 50% of the market share in the Indian market. Now, I would like to call Kritika for explaining further about the SWOT analysis for Maruti Suzuki cars.
Thank you, Ishika. So now let's talk about the SWOT analysis of the Maruti Suzuki. Starting with the strength, Maruti has unbeatable brand trust value in the market, and it also provides a fuel efficiency car in the market, and it is having a very strong and resale value in the market. And now let's talk about the weaknesses. If I talk about the weaknesses, many consumers sees Maruti car as a cheap, outdated, having limited features and low safety ratings as compared to the competitors. And it also has an opportunities with the rise of digital marketing, electrification, Maruti has a chance to modernize and attract a new generation of buyers. Let's talk about the threats. Aggressive competition. Due to high competition in the market and very high disposable income, people shift towards the SUVs. Now just look at the consumer behavior as Maslow hierarchy theory. Moving to the, let's start with the base level of the hierarchy, that is psychological need. The psychological need, as a customer, they want a car which fulfills their need as a transportation, which are affordable and fuel efficient, which is easily available in the market. Moving to the other level, which is safety and security. Customer look at good NCAP ratings, airbags, and stability control. They also want a strong body structure and which protects them from any crashes. They go for a car which are reliable and trust in brand safety. Now let's talk about love and belonging needs. People look for the pleasurable driving experience and search or look for a car which comfortable to travel with their friends and family. Moving to the esteem needs, people see car as their status symbols, which includes premium design, advanced technology, stylish look, which matter the most in the society, which also includes brand image and create value for the buyers. Now let's move to the self-actualization. Actualization, that is the top level of the hierarchy, which needs it includes innovations, technology, sustainability, and advanced feature in the cars by adding electric and eco-friendly car in the society. That's all from my side. I would like to call Hitesh for the further explanation.
Thank you, Kritika. Now, I will be talking about the product life cycle. Suzuki launched its Swift in 2005. It changed Indian hatchback. Just a second. Suzuki launched its hatchback. It changed Indian hatchback design norms, sportier style, international feel, and targeted young buyers within a year. It had 3 months waiting period back in 2005. Okay. Next is Alto K10, which was launched in 2010, strengthening Maruti's grip on entry-level buyers. Alto had been India's best-seller car for 16 consecutive years till 2019. Beyond that, the maturity stage of the Maruti Suzuki in FY 2024, Maruti held 41 passenger car market share, but growth is slowing down in hatchback, while SUVs of like Tata, Hyundai, Mahindra are eating into share. Now, the risk of decline, hatchback sales fell from 51% of Indian market to 34% in 2023. This shows Maruti's core segment is shrinking. So Maruti's core models remains popular but are in maturity phase, but while market is shifting towards the SUVs and EV segments. Beyond that, the key challenges faced by the peoples. First one is the perception gap. The example can be like a end consumer. As I am standing in front of you, being a Maruti owner, I was assigned to choose a model for my family where I was more concerned about the tech savvy features of the models, where I shortlisted somewhere the Swift one, and the in 2023 survey showed that Maruti ranked high on trust, low on aspiration. So my parents were more concerned about the aspiration that the Swift has been a legendary leader from decades. So shift towards it. Don't go for micro SUVs like it. But buyers under 30 prefer Tata, Hyundai, Kia for design and tech and safety. So does I was the one. Safety gap. Only two Maruti cars, including Brezza and Fronx, recently scored 4 plus star rating in Bharat NCAP. Others like Swift, Wagner, Alto scored 2 stars or less in global NCAP after or earlier. Now, government has also mandated 6 airbags compulsory for all the cars in 2026 is an incoming challenge. Now talking about the Fronx was a model was launched just after me buying the Baleno. So somewhere I was in a regret that if it would have launched, so that then I would have shifted my segments from hatchback to a crossover SUV, which the Fronx has been launched. Now in the portfolio overlap, Maruti sells 6 hatchbacks under 8 lakh rupees, which covers Alto, Celerio, Wagner, Swift, Baleno, and Ignis. This calibration confuses buyers instead of offering clear landing. Somewhere I started from Swift, then landed to Baleno, and I was hoping for something better, which was launched a month later. Then it comes the technological gap. EV market is expected to reach 1 million annual sales by 2030, but Maruti's first EV, XEV, EVX is due in 2025, but somewhere Hyundai, Kia and Tata are already in the market. Marketing and branding strategy. Now, moving from mileage focus ads to aspirational stories of success is what the Maruti should do in their campaigns. Perception shift. Positioning hatchback as smart sets to success, not cheap cars. Then go digital first with influencers, AR VR testing, drivers, and gamified booking. As we know, they have their own test driving and the virtual reality test driving, but somewhere they should improve their user experience by reaching it out with the help of influencers. Beyond that, combine online strategies with offline premium dealership experience. By pivoting to aspirational branding and digital first storytelling, Maruti can reposition itself from a budget friendly brand to a smart choice for achievers experience from young first time car buyers. The next is Swift Hybrid already sold in Japan with 20 to 25 better mileage. India should launch its new variant and bifurcate this as the variant from the S Tour variant. The S Tour variant, which is been bifurcated by Maruti, but somewhere it is not working. Like if the recent Desire has been launched, where S Tour has been launched, and the Uber are hiring the new Desire. So the end consumers, like families, are avoiding that this is a Uber or a taxi. So I would avoid. They should launch the cars as in that the cars should be in that segment only. So I would request Akshit to take glance on finance part.
Yeah. So, yeah. So now let's talk about financial analysis, or let's take insights about financial analysis. So I would be talking about some cars that are under CSK. So Maruti's, Celerio. So I would be going from top to low. That is, first is Wagon which is around it is around 14,500 unit per month unit are sold. Then comes Swift, which is 12,300 units. Then Alto K10, 5,500 units. Then Celerio with the least 1,500 units per month. So going to next slide, market share trends, small car segment 2020-24 to mid 2020-25. So in that we can see production cost, we can see production cost and regulatory cost. Then we can see input cost, and then we can see R&D cost. So Maruti Suzuki spends 5,500 INR on base production, which includes labor cost, operating cost, and manufacturing cost. Then again, Maruti Suzuki spends 3,000 on regulatory cost, which includes certifications from government, emission standards, and documentation. Maruti Suzuki also spends 1,000 INR on input cost, which includes raw material, installation of outsource product into final products, and then again R&D and capex load, which again includes 5,000 INR, which includes technological innovation, safety features, and many more. So talking about market shares trend, which is Hyundai 18%, Tata 10%, Kia 7%, and others 10%. Here I would say one thing, that we all know one brand that is called as MG, under which there is one car called as Comet, which is again in price bracket 750 to 950, and it is I feel personally I feel it is very costly, as that car is very compact. And if I would be in Suzuki, then I would frame a strategy like this, that I would update Celerio and K10, and also they are very less pricey as compared to Comet. So I would add many features, like what actually Gen Zs are expecting, like design. I would change design. I would change safety features. I would recommend Tata to collaborate with Suzuki on a specific project, and then we can just collaborate safety. Like we all know, Tata's steel in car segment is very tough, and I would like to collaborate with them, and like we will design like that. Like upcoming sales would be inclined towards Celerio and this Alto K10. And the last is financial projections 2020-28 moderate scenario. Scenario would be projected as 9.8%. Alto K10 will be projected as 16.3, Swift 41.3, and Wagoner 32.6. So I would be calling Ishika to conclude the presentation.
Okay, so quickly, I would like to conclude by saying Maruti Suzuki still have the market because if they focus on their safety, innovation, and if they do smart branding, they do have all the resources and branding so that they can regain their market standard, which they earlier used to have. Thank you so much, everyone, for your active listening.
Thank you, Visionaries team. I have 2-3 questions. Can we go back to this slide called a solution planning timeline slide? Yeah. So is this slide all about your team solution?
Yes, sir.
Right? Now, I would like to know why is the slide, I know the number exact, when is it coming very advanced when compared to rest of the analysis that you have done? Or do you think this slide, I'm just operational question, but nevertheless, is it coming too early, the slide?
Yeah, sir. Actually, earlier only I did talk about the revival strategy. On the basis of that, I thought why not to explain at what timing should I make what strategy in order to capture the market. Then accordingly, I shifted the slide to the earlier itself.
Okay. Now, can we go to SWOT analysis slide? I think somewhere, yeah, in the threats, right, you have mentioned about rising disposable income. How is that a threat?
Sir, actually, as we all know that people don't want to spend more upon, people do have more disposable income nowadays. People are earning more due to inflation and everything. That is a threat because people are not ready to spend more on automobile industry. People are spending more about their lifestyle, on their clothes and other industry by buying properties. But there's one thing that people are very hesitant towards buying a car because they believe that ultimately the resale value of car is going to decrease. They have a lot of depreciation value.
Tell me, ma'am, is it not the case with every product? Why only with the automobiles, right?
Right, sir. But I talked about the properties and gold, which actually has more resale value. Because of that, I belong to Patna, and there people do invest more in terms of land. So people do have the tendency to invest more in terms of land and gold as compared to buying cars. They believe that buying a car that is more adjustable feature, mobility issues, and that is something that matches with their standard. That is enough for them. But if I talk about buying more expensive cars with feature, that is a questionable thing for them.
And then can we have this slide, I think, where you're talking about the key challenges to address? You're talking about 5 different, right? If 5 different challenges that you had. Yeah. Now, so you talked about this perception gap. How did you arrive at these gaps? Is it your own analysis, or did you talk to people, or did you have done some secondary research?
Yeah, sir. I did some secondary research where I talked to people, where I was watching the reviews on the Google related to the car, different segments of the Maruti Suzuki car. And I got to know that people perceive Maruti Suzuki as just a car, which is a normal transportation car, but they don't see itself as a very stylish or luxury car. When it comes to tier 1 cities, people want to have good luxury cars.
Wait, I think somewhere in your presentation, right, I think you have said quite 2 times, if I remember, you said it's you started with it is very known for trust and affordability, and it is also known for reliability and fuel efficiency.
Right, sir.
Right. So these are the 4 keywords, right? This is what the customers are remembering this company
Definitely,
for.
sir.
So that's weird. So why do you want to get into something else?
So, if I talk about the customer perspective, customer still, even though it is the most fuel efficient car, affordable car, but still they believe that they are lacking in terms of technology. And people, whether we talk about our parents or us.
Do you believe, ma'am, that there is something called as a product and price parity.
Right, sir.
You pay 10 rupees, you'll get only 10 rupees worth, right? If you pay 10 rupees, I can't get 50 rupees worth, can I? I can't. So therefore, this company is very clear. Should it not be?
Yeah.
Right? It should be, right? Like any other company. So therefore, from that point of view, what is this perception gap? Where is this perception gap coming from?
Sir, as per my view, I repeat again that people do not perceive that. I agree that this is the most fuel efficient and affordable car, but people do believe that it lacks in terms of the freshness when it comes to design, in terms of designing and features. That is something that they believe and perceive that there is lacking in Maruti Suzuki cars.
And my last question is about the fourth one, portfolio overlap, right? What do you have to say? I mean, do you think that can be a solution?
Yes, sir. If I talk about portfolio overlap, there can be different segments where they can launch car based on their features. If I agree.
Portfolio overlap refers to the Suzuki itself, where Suzuki's hatchbacks are competing with each other. As I gave my own example.
Yeah.
Like where I was about to buy a Swift.
That's clear. What's the solution from your team?
Maybe they should stop the launch of new hatchbacks.
But did you say that in the presentation?
No, I didn't.
Why?
So because the stopping hatchback is somewhere a loss to the company. The manufacturing units are already set up. The modules are there. So somewhere promoting them or making changes like technical changes in it would be a better option than shutting down the model.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Thank you so much, Steve. Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks.
Next team is Visionaries from MANCOSA University, United University, Durban, South Africa. Allow me to highlight the rules. You have 20 minutes for presentation and 10 minutes for the question and answers.
Hello? Sir, am I audible?
Hello?
Hello. Sorry.
Good afternoon. This is the Visionaries team, Notando Patience Mtembo and Oscar Tsusani, Kenneth from MANCOSA, Durban, South Africa. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you are.
Okay. We are so grateful to have this opportunity. We'd like to thank Dr. Ritika Singh and our late founder of MANCOSA, our Professor Yusuf Karodia, who has invested in us as students with the Sri Balaji University, Pune, in collaboration with Suzuki. And our Dr. Primlal, who has been our mentor and innovative leader. My introduction, it's about paper addresses the challenges faced by CSK due to the significant slowdown in demand for Celerio, Swift, and Alto K10 models. This aims to align more effectively with actual market demand, optimize overall supply system, as well as meeting and adapting to the needs of the real customers who will gain a competitive advantage. The background that we have come up with from our secondary research is that the data from 2025 shows that sales entry level has decreased, and Suzuki has lost a nearly 97% crash in sales from 2016 to the year 2025. This drop is a symptomatic and a larger shift. Rising regulatory safety and emissions norms have driven up cost and consumer preferences that have been migrating towards compact SUV, premium hatchback, even used car alternatives. So the problem statement is that CSK needs to continue to receive a fair number of bookings. Major concerns lies with the CSK models, which are experiencing a significant drop in demand. A large example is that this problem with CSK is not just a new thing. It's been there in so many industries and so many institutions globally. When you have a new baby at home, you have uncertainty and better methods to raise a child are not common. You have so many ideas of how you are going to raise your child, but not all ideas will work for you and your family, meaning we are all unique, as well as CSK models are unique from other manufacturers. So we have to make better choices in life, as well as CSK needs to adapt to those better choices by adapting to what the clients or customers and other manufacturers are doing. So the aim of the study is to be innovative and globally aligned with strategies that can re-establish their relevance in a competitive and rapidly evolving market. To develop strategies, market-aligned solutions, you revive the relevance and performance of your institution as CSK. So the objectives that we have just to address these challenges and shortfalls in sales as well as performance is to identify and analyze the key factors contributing to a decline in consumer demand, as well as being competitive in a landscape. I will make an example. New cars that have been manufactured, some of them have shortfalls, some of them have are not equitable enough for customers to use. I will make an example with what I've done in 2023. I bought a car. It was a new model for Hyundai. When I bought that car, the salesperson did not tell me that that car has no alarm. So when I use that car, I park the car in a safe space, underground parking with cameras. But unfortunately, I've lost 3 laptops whilst I thought I have the best car, according to what my perception was. So it is very important for the salespersons to be honest and inform the customers of the shortfalls of their products, as well as if they are aware as well of their shortfall in their product, the customer will have a choice of buying that car, upgrading to another car, or decide to go elsewhere where they can be happy. We also need to evaluate the impact of current automotive trends, such as the rise of compact sports utility vehicles. And we need to to have digital-first consumer behavior on CSK sales performance. Understanding how the market perception and lifestyle changes is also influencing when you're making a decision to purchase. To develop targeted products, pricing, and marketing strategies that will reposition CSK models as relevant. This emphasizes fuel efficiency, smart tech, and customization as core pillars for revival. To propose a flexible financing and ownership models tailored to entry-level and first-time car buyers. You know, when the young ones are excited to buy vehicles, they go for the best, as well as it has to be reasonable for them to afford financially. So addressing affordability concerns and build long-term brand loyalty for the young ones and young professionals is the best strategy to use. We also need to recommend post-sale engagement programs, including loyalty benefits, upgrade kits, and referral incentives to retain the existing customers and boost repeat purchases. When we look at the reviews of CSK, we realized that most people are happy with the product, but there are safety shortfalls that are there, as well as meeting the modern demands of the young ones, as well as those that can afford. So the affordability against the product that needs to be addressed. I would like to allow my partner, my team member, Kenneth Oscar Tusane, to continue with the presentation. I will come back. Thank you for now. Sorry for that. I was trying to get my partner to sign in. We seem to have lost each other. As I've mentioned with the strategies at the top, we have to address the demand management, where we need to minimize the higher costs associated with excessive capacity, flexibility, thereby improving capital utilization across the supply chain. The goal of managing plant capacity and volumes should be to maximize overall profitability through better focusing and system-wide optimization, as well as to have peaks in demand pose significant cost challenges. to profitable build adjustments in sales and marketing strategies can help smooth demand and aligning them more closely with production needs. Competition introduces risks. Delaying a sale by a day is acceptable unless a competitor captures that sale instead. So when competition has increased, the rival brands offering more features, better value, modern styling, and new models, especially in the hatchback and compact SUV segments. Those are custom consumer expectations that have also evolved to address the increased demand for safety, comfort, connectivity, and design. With the applied theories that are optimizing productivity, Dr. Frederick Taylor introduced the Industrial Revolution, where he needed to change and enhance employment environment to increase production within the specified rules that will assist employees, institutions, and employers to reach the set targets. Change management, innovative, revolving, rethinking new ideas within the institution or the manufacturing company that assists to verify causes of shortfalls within the business process. Criticism from customers using large examples of suggestion boxes, reviews from clients that assist the manufacturer to achieve better production, quality products, as well as incentives for the employees and employers that are performing their duties at the highest level. Some companies use a scorecard where they will measure the production against time allocated. Same as Suzuki. Suzuki can have that as well, where they can measure which employees achieve to assemble a car or to come up with enhanced decisions that can improve productivity. This is all aimed to ensure best conduction of duties, as well as going over to address the needs of the clients, as well as to contribute to high level of production and sales increase. Currently, with the tool placement optimization in assembly line, the problem that we identified is workers assembling dashboard components were taking extra time, working 3 to 4 steps to retrieve a tool multiple times per vehicle. So Kaizen action taken, an operator suggested placing the required tool on a mobile trolley closer to the assembly point. This resulted in reducing unnecessary movement, saving 4 seconds per vehicle, increased daily production output, improved worker comfort, and reduced fatigue. The impact of this small change resulted in major cumulative time saving and boosted morale because the idea came from the shop floor. The shop floor is where the frontline employees are working. That is where production starts from. That is where motivation is needed. That is where teamwork and collaboration within the team members, as well as employees, as well as all levels of employees, where bottom line supervises to top management of the company. So the company CSK also has legislation and policies that they abide to, just to have emission standards for internal combustion engine vehicle models on the European emission standards. So all that is guiding the increased production costs due to engine calibration and components like diesel particulate filter. And these policies and regulations also discontinue of diesel variants in CSK due to cost pressure to transition towards hybrid and electric alternatives. So we also have global NCAP safety regulations where the body that crash tests and rank cars for safety. This was introduced to minimize accidents, where they promoted the mandatory safety features, including dual airbags, ABS, speed alert systems, and seatbelt reminders. This is to benefit the buyer as well as the seller. So the impact on this for CSK, it was additional investments that was required to enhance structural integrity and add safety tech in budget models. And it also forces the platform to meet higher global standards. Cost sharing across markets but may also increase prices globally. So an impact on this as well, it's an opportunity to revive demand among budget-conscious users, replacing old vehicles and marketing as a marketing window for the first car buyers, of which that is our aim, to attract more customers and also to retain the existing clients whilst we are trying to introduce new models, new cars that are meeting the digital demands of the world that we live in. So, as well as to import tariffs and localization policies, those are addressing the high duties on imported vehicles and components to promote local manufacturing. Understanding the small car market shift like CSK, it gives rise prices due to regulations, inflation, and input costs. It also gives consumer expectations, more safety, design, and connectivity. It also regulates burdens on increased cost to shrinking margins. I have a chart here that shows the declining market share of small cars versus growing compact XUV segment, and the need for innovation and creativity. Why it matters to us as CSK? It addresses static products that lead to loss of relevance. It also innovates to responding to disruption. Creativity is needed in design, marketing, and strategy. And there's a quote that says, innovate or become irrelevant. So if we want to lose more clients, if we want to lose our products, if we want our employees to lose employment and be jobless, we need to be more innovative, to keep those people living, to keep those families having bread to eat. And we also have the CSK model framework, where there is customer-centric innovation, stakeholder engagement, knowledge-driven innovation. Without those three, C, that stands for customer-centric, S stands for stakeholder engagement, and K for knowledge-driven innovation, we cannot do it solely. We need to be all together, collaborate, and come together as a team and work on it. So these strategies will allow us to have the business grow. It will allow the systems to create new opportunities for integrated demands and supply management. By combining demand forecasting with capacity flexibility, it will enable unified planning and optimized performance across the entire enterprise. Competition and commercial boundaries remain key to obstacles. Despite this, system-wide optimization offers the greatest potential for sustainable long-term profitability. And this I have an example here from Tata Motors, where there was a failure of Tata Nano, the rebate through Tata Nexon. Customer preferences for SUV and EV rose up because Tata Nano was there for the young ones who couldn't afford those expensive cars. But then the perception of the clients, it was about it's too small. It was about it has a low speed. It was about you cannot travel like going for holidays with the family to spacing. So this confirms that every household and every family has a different taste of choices they make, but we all tolerate each other and support each other no matter what. Parents groom the children to be the best in life. So as CSK cannot survive on its own. We need to partner with the best motor industries to allow space for growth and development and skills and career advancements. And by this picture, it shows that from Tata Nano, CSK moved to Tata Nexon, which looked a bit bigger and a bit modern and attractive to clients. We also need to be knowledge driven. Like, for example, Hyundai and Kia. Consumer insights led to Creta. When you listen to your consumers, you produce the best. You allow global examples, innovations, rebirth, and transformation, like Apple, from computers to iPhones, from DVDs revolving to streaming the content creation into gaming, as well as in vehicles. Toyota hybrid tech and global partnership. Toyota hybrid vehicles produce up to 70% fewer smoke-forming emissions than traditional gas engines, while improving the efficiency and reducing fossil fuel consumption. So hybrid batteries are also designed to be recycled and reused, making them a greener choice for the environment. So as CSK, we can adapt the same and produce the better quality products that can attract the consumers. There is the projection on slide 24 where there are lessons and key takeaways. We also have to apply revenue management to new car sales. We also have to have pricing applications where pricing against lead time, pricing against demand, pricing to the individual customer. And we also need to address the issue of residual values, market share, and future sales value. A key point is that the use of price and promotions should be highly directed. Otherwise, use of discounting to achieve certain market share objectives has the long-term effect of devaluing the product and its desirability. Residuals are harmed and eventually a prestige product that will become a volume product. So for the manufacturer, pricing against lead time mechanism emphasizes that time slot is a perishable commodity. We also need to take into consideration the global strategies outlining actionable solutions where we need to reposition from budget cars to smart urban mobility. We need to customize and personalize at scale to allow customers to build CSK online or in dealership with customizable packages like Tech Pack, touchscreen, Apple CarPlay, and Android packs. We also need to consider the young ones where they are first-time buyers, where you have the buyback assurance in 3 years and subscription or lease options. The design as well, it's taken to image refresh, digitally native campaigns, and community building. You need to rationalize portfolio to avoid cannibalization, simplify and differentiate the CSK lineup. The root cause analysis, it's when CSK models overlap in pricing and value props. So vehicles where young buyers prefer compact SUVs like Tata Punch, Hyundai X-Track, and perceived as tax cars in models like Wagon and K10 used extensively in fleet-hating brand aspiration. The lack of fresh identity will minimize changes in design and engine vehicles versus the internal combustion engine hesitancy on buyers delaying purchases, expecting affordability. So we need to also take the rising finance barriers that cause inflation interest rates, reducing the affordability for entry-level buyers. And the business culture impact on CSK is value-driven purchasing and price sensitivity with strong interpersonal relationships, which then builds more trust based on selling. So for authority and preference for local customization, flexibility enhances understanding of local market behavior, boosts customer connect, and drives successfully distribution through local networks. To address this, a multi-pronged innovation strategy for Maruti Suzuki should reposition the CSK range as smart urban mobility solution with refreshed branding, updates tech features, as well as engage with younger urban customers through digital campaigns to build and to order options that reflect global personalization trends. So the CSK needs to counter the decline in CSK model performance. Maruti Suzuki must evolve the brand narrative from cost efficiency to smart, customizable, and aspirational urban mobility. Through targeted innovation, personalization, and ecosystem thinking, they can revitalize, they can reclaim their space in both urban and emerging markets. The global and national policy are reshaping the automotive landscape in India as well as in South Africa, especially for budget and compact vehicles like the CSK lineup. While emission and safety laws increase production, complexity and cost, they also present an opportunity to innovate through fuel-efficient design, hybrid tech, and smarter pricing strategies. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to transform and take part in this educational program that we have been given a chance to take part in. And I would like to apologize for my partner, Tusane. Due to connectivity, he couldn't take part. But I'm glad to be here with you. Thank you so much for giving me this time.
Hello. Am I audible?
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. In one of your slides, you have mentioned about the optimization of assembly line, probably reduce the increase the cost and reduce the sales. That is one options you have given. On the other hand, you have mentioned about the they should focus on two-wheeler production for the same target market. Is that so? If I'm correct, then I mean this both propositions, how it will work and impact on the. I mean, do you have any idea of designing a new manufacturing line for two-wheelers that you have suggested to just manage the same customer base. I mean, these two analogies, can you redefine how it goes?
With the optimization of the product, as well as the touching based on the financial side of the customers that we made interviews with, and then we did our research on. It gave us the impacts that customers are not really on how the car looks like, but they are more on how much is it selling, and how much they can save to benefit themselves, instead of in terms of maintaining for that car. Are they going to afford the maintenance, as well as the model of the car, and what it has, based on safety, based on the speed, and based on the engine capacity. Are they going to afford fuel if they travel on daily basis? Are they going to be able to travel with families? Is it safe to keep and pass it on to the new generation? So with all that, our clients and our participants who we just inquired about what they know about Suzuki and Celerio, as well as Hyundai. That is what they highlighted when it came to optimization and their own customizing of those products.
Okay, just confirm your understanding. You have mentioned that they should also focus on two-wheeler production. Is that so? You have suggested for this? You have suggested. You have suggested in one of your slides that they should also focus on two-wheeler production. Is that so? You have suggested like this?
Two-wheeler
production.
Motorbike.
Yes. The ones participants that we inquired with, who are unemployed, and those that cannot afford to buy vehicles, they suggested that instead of traveling long distances, walking, especially now that everybody needs to be employed, everybody needs to feed their families, they would also like Suzuki and any other manufacturer to avail opportunities for them to have something like parents can buy that for their kids to travel safe to schools, rather than being squashed in those taxis where drivers and owners of those taxis do overloads, and that causes mostly accidents in our country, South Africa. So with that idea, we can do more sales for those that are unemployed, and it's economical, and it will promote Suzuki, especially when you partner with government, you partner with Department of Education. Those sales can go far and can boost even the higher level of those modern cars. When those kids grow, they will appreciate and be attracted more in Suzuki and other motor industries that are working together in collaboration with Suzuki. So that is how you catch and attract your customers. You start from the young ones, from the poor of the poorest, and then the rich ones, of course, they do afford. But when you start at schools, you show that you want to build the community, you want to build the country, you want to build the world. So that's how we thought that might also increase the production and sales. Thank you.
Just last one from my side. sales revenue you have mentioned, the projection, and also the actual sales revenue you have shown in one of your slides. Do you have sales revenue declined for CSK as you have mentioned? Is that the profitability also declined with the same proportion, or do you have any idea? I mean, have you researched or some secondary research that whether profitability of Maruti Suzuki also declined the same way as the sales revenue declined during that period?
If I'm getting you right, you are asking in terms of revenue management. May you please repeat the question? Sorry.
Whether the profitability also declined in the same proposition as the sales revenue declined during the period, within last 4-5 years, as you have shown in one of your slides.
The sales, yes, did drop, but not according to the it shows here that yes, the same entry level cars priced under by 934,538 units in the financial year 2016 to 2025. So reflecting that, it's nearly 97% crash in the entry level sales of cars, and yet the production, it's there, but having the production without the sales, it doesn't match up, because the manufacturers and industries as well as employees need to be paid. So this is where there's a rising regulatory safety and emission norms that have driven up costs and consumer preferences. So I feel the two must match up. If sales are going down, the production as well, for you to produce more cars and there are less sales, it costs more, it causes more expenses for the industry. So if the production is going up, the sales must also go up. That's where we need to have innovation, so that whatever we produce, it's sold. It doesn't stay in a plant. Thank you.
I have one question, ma'am. Can I?
Yes.
Okay. So in one of the things, in one of the slides, you mentioned about CSK, right? Customer innovation,
Yes.
then stakeholder engagement, and what is it, knowledge innovation. I just want to know from you,
Yes.
what's the difference between customer innovation and knowledge innovation, and how do you think this can actually increase the sales of the CSK?
Customer innovation, it's when you include your customers, like you do surveys and research, and you find exactly what they really want you to produce, so that you can be effective. And that stakeholder engagement, you involve all your stakeholders in the decision making. Customers are your stakeholders as well. So you will never go wrong when you involve your customers, your existing customers, as well as potential customers, so that you will have no failures, and you will meet the customer preferences as per their suggestions. So the sales and production, surely it will increase and grow, because you are knowledgeable now of what your customers need, and your stakeholder engagement. That's where you communicate. That's where you share your ideas. That's where you come up with one innovative idea to move forward and meet your objectives so that you won't waste finances of the industry, as well as you will respond to disruptions that are causing your shortfalls in your company. So with these three, you will never go wrong. It is a model that will address all the problems that are causing decrease in sales and against the production that you have at hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Good evening, everyone. We are Team Navigators and we are here to address a critical challenge for the company, the significant slowdown in the bookings of our CSK models, Celerio, Swift, Alto K10. We call this our mission on the road to smarter solution. And our team includes Ravisha Samnani, Jainam Vora, Gaurav Das. We will now take you through the market analysis that defines the problem and reveals the path forward. Before we discuss Celerio and Alto K10, let's, let's establish the playing field. Maruti Suzuki is the fourth largest car manufacturer in the world. This sector contributes significantly to the economy, making up for 7.1 India's GDP. It provides 37 million jobs. Now let's look at the product types and the market share columns. The market is dominated by two-wheelers, which account for a massive 75% of unit sales. Four-wheelers, which is our primary business, only represents 13% of unit sales. This vast gap, the 75% two-wheeler dominance, is where our CSK models must find the new life. The slowdown proves we have exhausted the existing 13% pool, so we must find a way to convert the 75% of two-wheeler users who are ready for an upgrade. The growth factors. The market has favorable demographic trends and continued government support for the industry. The cost factor chart, which details our cost structure, shows that there are internal cost levers like direct labor and logistics that we can manage. This means we can afford to strategically use subsidies and high exchange values to clear the price hurdle for that budget conscious two-wheeler buyers.
As we move forward, we are going to focus on the different value chains, how cost is added at each stage of production, from selection of raw materials to finished goods after processing by the assembly line. First, we look at the inbound logistics, which contains how and where we store our raw materials and other components for our product. Then we move to operations, which includes production, processing, and safety test of our uh, cars. And then comes the outbound logistics, where we contact different distributors who are going to move our product from warehouses to final customers or retailers. Then we talk about marketing and sales. Here we discuss how these products are promoted through different channels of media. And now we let's focus on how different factors impact value chain. First is suppliers. In order to cut down the cost and increase reach, we require to have strong connection with our suppliers. And then in terms of trade, we need to uh, innovate or establish in-house component manufacturing, which will help us in lowering our costs. And then comes legislation. It talks about different uh, schemes provided by the government, which helps us in getting subsidies in terms of automobile industry, especially in EV industry. Next comes the infrastructure. Expansion of charging station, as in increasing the number of charging stations that are currently present in our country, will help us promote more of EV vehicles and expand in newer segment of electronic vehicles for sustainability. Next comes the technology. As technology evolves, the different integration of AI and other digital devices that can be integrated in vehicles rise in terms of level of technology. We are able to uh, expand into multiple customer bases that are into those sort of features. Next come SWOT analysis. In SWOT analysis, we first look at the strengths, which contains how India has a very big and vast industry for automobile vehicles, which can always be taken advantage of by different manufacturers and suppliers. Then comes the export based improving sustainability. Okay. Second, export based improving. Earlier, we used to import a lot of raw materials from outside, but now, due to tariff war, we are able to increase or establish in-house production, which can be exported at a lesser price and become a better substitute in terms of other competitive countries like US. Next come sustainable labor cost. India has a huge amount of sustainable labors that can be taken benefit of by anyone who is ready to enter the industry. Next come government incentive. As I have previously mentioned, the different schemes provided by the government for EV and other vehicle production, it can be taken advantage of by any new player for lowering their cost and getting remuneration or incentive by the government. Next come the weaknesses. The major weaknesses in automobile industry is that low labor productivity. That talks about how we have abundance of labor, but they are not skilled enough for automobile or EV vehicle production. Next comes high interest rate. As due to inflation, there is a rise in there is a rise in interest rate given by bank on loans, which can be an issue for newer players who are ready to invest in the industry but have to start from lendings. Next come poor infrastructure. We have talked about how there could be expansion in charging station and other EV vehicle support uh, repair shops and service centers. But currently, there is a very limited number of infrastructure regarding futuristic or technology integrated vehicle sector. Next comes tier 2 and tier 3 quality gap. In this point, I would like to highlight how in tier 2 cities and tier 3 cities, there is lack of quality in terms of goods and services. For example, there are very lower quality of after sales services provided in tier 2 or tier 3 cities due to infrastructure gap and other factors. Next comes firstly skill bottleneck. There are abundance of labor, but they are of low skill, but could be trained by the supplier retailer, but it is very costly in order to do so. Next come the threats. Rising interest rate is one of the threats that could be identified in longer period of time. And then comes import costs. As I previously mentioned, how importing goods these days as components or different vehicle related spare parts from outside or other countries are very costly these days due to tariff and other factors. Inflation is a very common factor that have always been in existence in terms of any industry, not just automobile. And next, we move on to opportunities. There is growth in commercial vehicle buying and selling or reselling. So we could expand upon that side of market. After that, there is shared mobility, which again points towards battery-based vehicle for public use. Other
So we are now the second slide in which we are going to discuss about what we have done in our research. It's the segment of intensive research in which we had an opportunity to visit outlets of Maruti Suzuki, also with the competitors, in which we majorly focus on the brand measures and what their objectives are. So the left table shows like the current strengths on the top rows. Our fundamentals are like we are high market presence. Also with this we have dealer network next level in a tier 2 as well as tier 3 cities, and we are also, as all the participants mentioned, we are known for affordability. So yes, and what about our brand objectives? Yes, we have to target our two-wheelers upgraders by simplifying, by amplifying safety messaging. Second comes is the reliability, low maintenance, fuel efficiencies and utilizations designs, in which we can highlight our Alto K10, which is also known as safest car, but we have to name as a micro SUV to compete with all the SUV sectors. Third comes is Swift, which is our workhorse image, trusted Indian brand, emerging aspiration gap. The brand objectives of this is to increase the market share at the entry level, enhance the perceptive build quality. Also with this, the long term fix is to build the trust in the safety. Then coming to the right side, there is a customer preference share graph in which we had done four metrics. The first is first car budget, city commute efficiency, family space and safety models. In this we have analyzed like we are lacking in family space, in which the dominance is in first car with Alto K10, Celerio, Wagoner. But coming to the point of family space, we are lacking. We have opportunity of repositioning, safety as well as a tech upgrade.
To move beyond the numbers and understand the customer's emotional reasons for hesitation, we conducted a multi-pronged research approach. As a part of this, we visited a local dealership. What we found confirms a huge external factor contributing to sales slowdown. We saw promotional banners that essentially tell customers why wait till 22 September, referring the expected GST 2.0 reform. This signals buyers that a major tax reduction is coming, causing them to defer their purchase, waiting for the promised 10% tax reduction on small cars. This delay proves price sensitivity is at all-time high. The core of the problem is captured in the customer's own voice. Customers feel our rivals offer more. Swift used to be my dream car from now. Tata and Hyundai give more features in the same price. And hatchbacks don't look premium anymore. Everyone wants SUVs now. This directly translates to lack of aspirational features. The most critical quote, Alto K10 is affordable, but the safety is a big concern. This confirms the critical safety deficit preposition that neutralizes our price advantage when compared to the rivals. Celerio mileage is good, but design feels outdated. This points to internal product ambiguity. The Celerio lacks a unique modern identity. Strengths. Despite the negatives, our core strengths remain. We have exceptional fuel economy and the affordable entry point, and boost a trusted brand with a wide service network. We must strategically use this strengths to address the weaknesses and draw into the two-wheeler segment market.
Now comes is a customer administering the user. So in this we have converted the left and the right, in which we have known for the key headwinds also as well as market dynamics, like actually what the customers needs and what are the approach from our side. So the summarizes is affordability crisis. So in this the prices are up 70% since 2019, making entry levels as tougher to get to buyers, to budget buyers. Then second comes is shrinking market share. The entry level car segments contribution, the passenger volumes has been declined up to 27.7% by the financial year of 2024. Coming to sales plunge, it also reduced by 40. It has come to the dramatic reduction of 43.5% year on year. Sales collapsed by 2025 July month. Uh, on spot, the policy induced delay, like all were waiting for the GST 2.0 reform, but unfortunately it has been launched in 22 September itself, so it's a positive thing. Also discussing about the right side, the matching customer needs with revive offerings. So in this we have analyzed like affordability crisis is Alto K10, in which we have said it's a micro SUV. Talking about the safety features and legs, the Celerio we can introduce an offer by styles and mileage. Also with this, if we say about confused product portfolio, we separate it by focusing on the strengths. Second, we can talking about the personas, and also with this in which the last is a targeting the first time buyers. So in this we have targeted, like there is a graph of price versus demand. The green line is representing the sales volume, which is the point price decreases at as well as the demand naturally increases. The orange lines in which it has been represented as an affordability barrier. It's a threshold. This shows like how a budget customers is realizing willing to pay, and there can be a sweet spot. Mainly there are two wheelers upgraders. So I think that sales plunge we can analyze either like the solutions can be of leveraging the GST cut to hit like a new sweet spot in which we can say the two wheeler upgraders in the area where the demand is high, the price is acceptable, but in the interaction we can see that the green demand line and the high point of the orange affordability line. So I think that the GST 2.2 price that has been introduced by the cutting to 10 to 13% small cars, this policy is going to heavily lift for us. So by applying 10 to 13% of price cut, so the models of Alto K10 Celerio move from 6 to 8 lakh range directly into sweet spot territory, as indicated by the movement on the red dashboard. Outcome is like we can generate 15% plus volume through this opportunity. Talking about the customer persona, please.
We have identified three main customers that could be our potential customers. First would be a family man around the age of 30 who has either a single kid or is planning to have one. That would require one to have a vehicle with 4-seaters, mainly recommended Alto K10 Wagner. And then we move on to the next customer we have identified. It would be a aspiring professional who is ready to invest in a vehicle using or through the method of financing or EMI. And the suggestion would be Swift or Wagner. And third would be rural pragmatics. This is a customer we have identified who is from a rural area but has advanced or open way of thinking and is ready to better his own or his family's life by buying a vehicle that would be spacious and would have a good resale value. The recommendation would be Wagner, Celerio, and Alto K10.
Our strategy. This slide synthesizes the market challenges with our immediate strategic response. First, the fact confirm the urgency and the scale of the problem. The entry-level car segment below 5 lakh has declined drastically from 9.3 lakh units in financial year 16 to the only 25,400 in financial year 25. We must address the demand issue by adjusting the price and driving the customer pull through marketing. The GST cut is the direct lever to achieve the price adjustment needed to hit the two-wheeler users' affordability threshold. The GST cuts give us a rare but a massive lever to reset the price. A short-term strategy is highly aggressive push to combine this price advantage with the target finances schemes to capture the first-time buyer and achieve instant volume.
Those slides summarizes of analysis and recommendations in which we can say like affordability squeeze is major pressures in which our entry level cars are facing, in which we can say the price and affordability are the key drivers now. And but overall the cost structure has squeezed small cars. Second is the regulatory headwinds in which regulatories, emissions, safety norms are constantly adding cost. Talking about the strategic initiative, but I think that's short of time. So coming to the point,
so can we conclude?
So we have slides.
We have slides, but we can do that. So we have two strategies. Firstly, we should target aggressively the two-wheeler customers that are to promote them to buy their new cars in their short term, and there is a long term 6 to 12 month strategies that we need to work on the safety features so the family man can buy for his or her family.
The important executive roadmap in which we have mentioned, like we have timelines of 0 to 12 months, in which we had plan of 0 to 3 months of dealer level inventory clearance campaigns, aggressive festive seasons promotions for the 0 to 3 months. After this, we will aggressively work on rural road shows because of tier 2, tier 3 are the main customers of us. Campus Connect programs, launch Facilite, Alto, K10 and Celerio with upgraded safety features for 0 to 12 months, focusing on more about value cell versus SUV versus cell. Easy finance tie-ups with NBFCs. Also with this, we will focus on the CSK variants with SUV inspired styling. This will take something around 0 to 12 months. Talking about the penetration, the improving on the consumer touch points, it's like an roadmap in which we will do all the activities that will convert our customers. Talking about the penetration, the main focus is our width into depth, in which our focus is tier 2, tier 3 cities, which are the entry fresh buyers, in which we will multiply it by more usage occasions plus retention in urban buyers. So talking about North and rural India, build awareness with road shows, rural finance tie-ups and trade fairs. Second, again mentioning, we will target two-wheelers upgraders aggressively because they will be the best opportunity for us because they have a budget. If they have 2 lakh rupees of budget for the two-wheelers, but we can have a opportunity to get it invested in for entry range of first range. So now we are discussing about the cost benefit analysis, in which we are focusing. We are going to divulgate our finance, mainly focus on 50% with geo target media, in which we are going to invest our finance in marketing, in social media with Google Apps, with the help of YouTube, with the help of influencers. Second will be training. The training will be of dealers, networks, the R&D team. Then we will also invest 10% of our in finance in pop-up kiosk and event programs, and 20% remaining will be a subsidiary and consistency in which we will offer the buy and exchange sell, in which we have to reduce the price, and because we are uh, exchanging the products. That's all, sir. Thank you, sir. It's okay.
Hello. Yeah, can you go to your first slide? I think SWOT analysis. You have mentioned about the government incentive and strength. How is it government incentive and strength? I mean, what do you mean by that?
So recently, the GST 2.2 has been launched, in which the 28% of GST which was adding, it has cost and come to the 18%. So it can be a strength for us, because there will be a discount. I can say it's like a discount for the customers as well as the companies, the manufacturers, in which the 10% direct costs are going to save.
That's fine. What I'm saying is strength is generally internal to the environment, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, how you have kept that government incentive in strength? It could be opportunity or could be whatever threat. That
So
is external
the
to
strength in the
is it
sense,
under control of your company or the Suzuki? Is it not under control of because right?
yes, sir.
You have mentioned about the imports somewhere. I don't know. Can you go back? Go ahead. Just move your slide ahead. Just a moment. Yeah, here. And in persona, you have identified three types of category of people who could be the potential buyer of these products.
Yes, sir.
Where you fit the college student, you have mentioned matching customer needs with reviving offers.
So
in
the
these
college
three.
students will come in the young professional Aspire, because they will be getting experience into corporates. They will be taking an vehicle. So I think that it will be the best fit for the age of 22 to 30, the age criteria. So they will be aspiring for EMI friendly, also same as the smarty look. So they will look for Swift and also Wagoner.
So are you suggesting any change in the features of the existing these three products, or just by repositioning with the same feature you are trying to sell with the social media and marketing, whatever you have invested, you have tried to invest?
Obviously, it's going to be some changes in the design because the safety features are not up to the mark. As per the reviews from the customer, and as per Swift, it's not that of a sporty car, because every young professional nowadays wants an SUV car. So we can change Celerio's design to something sporty to target the young professionals.
So matching the existing safety criteria, as you mentioned, the impact of cost in terms of adding to the existing, I mean, kind of product, will that increase the cost, overall price of the product, or to what extent it will increase if it's going to?
It may
Not only safety, whatever feature you are saying for that particular segment, if you're trying to add to target the same market or same customers like this persona you have mentioned.
Sir, I would like to answer this question in terms of like, if I had interviewed 150 reviews, in which I got to know like if they are investing 6 lakhs, so they will wait and invest 2 lakhs more and to buy a similar kind of like sporty look, the features and all. So I think if we get profit margin less, and we focus on more about getting the short term for getting the customers by providing them short, smarty and features and all the technology fit. So I think it can be the best opportunity not to shift totally, because the customers are getting shifted to SUVs. Only two reasons, only the important reasons: it's a sporty look, it's a safety, and it's a technology build. So I think if we get less margin, and we just by increasing a small amount of investment, and but we can have a dead quality cars and models in our segment for the CSK
So you
model.
are trying to focus more on revenue more than the profitability. There you can compromise little bit and
Yes,
look
sir.
for the margin, look for this sales revenue up, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
it will boost whatever.
So it can be having two measures.
So the kind of perception that you have got from your research or primary research, you visited some of the, as you have mentioned, visited some of the stores. Is that same across tier 2 cities as well, or you have just visited tier 1 city and then you have built that
So
perception that
actually,
is
we have visited Tier 1 city of outlets, but the reviews are, as I am from Akola, Maharashtra, so I am having my colleagues, I am having my 35 years contacts, in which we had we had a talk with like phone calls, asked questions. She is also from Surat, so we have Tier 2 as well as of Tier 1 reviews, in which we get a conclusion like these are the points, these are the parameters the customers are going through. So it's a mix customer reviews, sir.
in one of the slides you have mentioned about the promotion, like incentive to the dealers. You are suggesting to give some incentive to the dealers and stuff like that. Existing incentive, do you have any idea the kind of incentive what they have and to what extent you can give, because it's very cutthroat competition nowadays. So how you're going to manage those?
Sir, as a marketing-
managing dealers is something very challenging area.
So as we are in the field of marketing, we know about the sales compensation we are getting. So it is a cutthroat business. We tried reaching out to the employees as well when we surveyed in the showrooms itself about the salary. We tried to get a job as well, so we get to know about all the incentives they were getting in.
So if we are not getting a push market, so if we are not getting a pull market, so we can focus on push market as well. So that's why I have mentioned the first point. It's on focusing on push market to dealer level inventory for the first 3 months as an aggressive investment for the.
No, that was
Yes.
good point actually. Yeah. Fine. Thank you.
Okay, let's stay on with this one, right? So I think we are seeing between 0 to 3 months to 6 to 12 months, right? Now, if you have to relook at the same thing, right? What would that be? For example, what it means is that now let's say in the previous slide, you're talking about short term, medium term, and the long term, right? In the short term, all that you're doing is reduce the price, push it. And then idea is very clear, because in this game, everybody wants to sell the stock.
So they have already done it with the GST 2.0
Exactly.
reform.
Now,
They have taken
GST is a blessing in disguise. There's no doubt about it. So everybody, that's fine. But the point is that as you go down this timeline, the problem is that you're going to spend a lot of money, right? And therefore, the cost is going to increase. And therefore, eventually the price has to increase. Now, how will you challenge the point that you started with? Because your starting point is price reduction. But now, come to the end, you will be bound to increase the price. How will you deal with this dilemma?
So there's a recently news, in fact, of 22 September itself, like the Maruti Suzuki share has been up, had made the highest sales last 35 years
Right.
of 40,000 cars that has been sold. So I think I have mentioned like the time period, it's like an aggressive for as of now, because we are having festival seasons coming next month.
Right.
So I think this is the reason, because I know in the short term it will be costing, so but in the long term it will be an investment for us. Rather focusing on just an minor investment, like minor finance option. But I think if we invest, we will get output in the longer term, sir.
Fair.
Because
Fair enough. Now, let me ask last question. I think somehow, I think all of your, at least your team seems to be very sold out to the idea of
converting the two-wheeler people into this one? Maybe nice upgradation, that's an aspiration, all that. I'm sure you must have calculated the price differential between this, even the highest price
Yes,
of
sir.
a bike and the lowest price there. So definitely you'll have about 3 to 3.5 lakhs. My question is, in your interactions, did you happen to talk to any two-wheelers and ask their aspirations?
Yes, sir.
What are the top three things?
Sir, recently, sir, in 150 reviews, 10 out of 10 out of 150, 10 students are of alumni in the sense they have done their interns at the same company. So
Okay.
they only preferred, like they were also facing the customers coming into their outlets. They were also discussing like we want to convert into four-wheeler.
Okay.
So these are the reviews from that 10 students. Also with this, I have, when we visited the outlets, I think it's more than 3 times
No,
because
no, that is given.
yeah.
Absolutely, any two-wheeler asks immediate aspirations to convert
Of
into
course.
this. But
Yeah.
the point that we are saying is, how do you convert that aspiration into product, or let's say brand, right?
by
That's what it
challenging-
makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Because I'm very selfish, because I want to increase the sales.
Absolutely.
So the question is that, in my scheme of things, where do my products, I mean the brands or the models or the company itself figure in this aspiration?
So we can try to do emotional marketing. We can target different, just like we had three customer personas. We can make ads to. It was young professional. We can show a student buying their new car.
No, you're still telling me what you will do. But my question is that, have you got a good some answer? I don't know if you had, if you're all, if it's not, it's okay. All I'm asking is there any aspiration that you heard from any of this two-wheeler bike guys
So
when
I'm
they wanted?
remembering one incident in which he just purchased Apple 17 Pro. So when we interviewed, and he's like, काश मतलब in Hindi, मैंने iPhone तो ले लिया, काश इसकी जगह अगर मैं कार लेता तो मेरे फैमिली के लिए अच्छा होता. So I was like, that point, if we were at marketing level in that, so he can invest at that iPhone 17 finance to as a four-wheeler car.
Okay.
So I think this incident can give you a better answer.
Sure.
So there are many customers who are investing in other useless things. So if useless things, I will say, because I'm just remembering this incident because we were interviewing and he was getting a regret कि काश मैं अगर इसमें ले लिया होता कार में तो एक अच्छा रहता. So this is all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
sir.
Thanks.
I would like to call our esteemed judges on the dais for the concluding remarks.
Hmm?
Now that we have successfully concluded the case writing competition, Case Quest 2.0, I would like to request our esteemed panel to share their feedback with our participants. To begin with, it is my privilege to invite Dr. Ramlachan Sir from MANCOSA Honoris United University, Durban, South Africa, to kindly share his thoughts.
Sir, online.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Upon reflection and observation and concluding remarks, I'd like to remind us that in my opening address, I did say that today is not just about winning. It's about showing up with determination, thinking critically, and competing with heart and integrity. You are not just here to challenge others. You are here to challenge yourself, to raise your own bar, to prove what you are capable of when the pressure is on and the spotlight is yours. This takes me back to your late founder, Professor Dr. Colonel A. Balasubramanian. He shared with students a value-added philosophy, which was problems are opportunities. What amazes me is the energy, time, and collaboration that all participants spent on researching the problem of the slowdown in the demand of the CSK portfolio. Now, as an aside, just as a jest, when I first thought about CSK portfolio, I felt more safer if it was the Chennai Super Kings, with captain being MS Dhoni and coach Stephen Fleming. But quickly I learned that it stood for cars, sports, and commercials under the Suzuki banner. So, in my closing and reflection, I just feel to share with you just 2 points. One is that it all boils down in terms of generational preferences and affordability at the end of the day. I want to thank Dr. Ritika Singh for affording me and the team for affording me the opportunity to give you a reflection and observation with concluding remarks. I thank you kindly for accepting and receiving all our speakers in terms of MANCOSA, and we thank you and God bless.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Nagendra V. Chaudhary, sir, Chief Education Officer, the ICFI Group, to share his remarks.
Thank you so much, and good evening to all of you. I'll just take 1 minute. I think I must congratulate all the participants. It was fantastic, and it must have been quite exhausting as well to all of you. And most important thing I was sharing with my colleagues since morning, I think one is that uh, the kind of passion that each one of you brought into each one of the presentations, right? The kind of analysis that you have done. And some of them are definitely out of the world and out of the box. Maybe only thing is, in case if somebody from Maruti was actually was sitting here, and then we could have checked with him whether it's true or not. But nevertheless, I think the most important thing that all of us have seen is one is the what do you call the originality. That's what we want to do it. But only thing is, we didn't have a chance to check whether it's all yours or is it AI generated. That we have no idea. But nevertheless, we give it a benefit out to all of you. But take it from me, all of us have enjoyed your presentations, and I'm sure you will take a lot of insights from today session, as well as especially from the kind of question that my colleagues and other people must have had. Thank you so much, and congratulations once again to all the party, I mean the organizers as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Sangram Krishna Nirmale Sir, Assistant Professor, IIT Bombay, to share his views.
Yeah, thank you. So, how are you all? Fine? Only fine or relieved? At least now you can smile. So, in the morning also you were not smiling, and now I think you are exhausted. So, did you have tea? No? So, maybe I think we are going to give them, okay? So, maybe you can smile. Okay, so yeah, I was another panel, and we had a few couple of presentation, and I could see here as well. So all of you did a fantastic job. So as doctor was also saying that you presented some out of the box ideas, which we actually strive for. So basically, some of the ideas you might say that okay, it is possible or not, but the background you are coming from, that background brings those different ideas, and I want to focus on that particular part because you might have also attended everybody else presentation and you could see that there is an overlap between the idea. So most of you, if I remember, most of you suggested to just add features. And when every team coming and saying add features, the perspective was different. So that perspective come from the background which you have, the academic background or the socio-demographic background you have. And because of that, you can add some different perspective. So keep that perspective, enhance that perspective. And there are some common mistake also you did when you are presenting. So that's the quick feedback I have with you, that when you are presenting, at least add slide number so that as a jury member we can refer and tell you that okay, go that slide, and I can particularly give the feedback because most of the presentation I did not see the slide number. So that is a quick feedback, and other thing with time you will learn. And I hope you enjoyed this competition. And when you are living from here, it's not about just winning the prize or not, it's the experience you are getting, and that experience will build your next career. And this experience definitely, it's not having tangible outcomes, but intangible outcomes are there, and with your future endeavors it has a more impact. So all the best, and maybe I think we will be announcing team soon. Okay, and congratulations to the teams also who won the prizes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite Mr. Santosh Rajan sir, Managing Director, Knowledge Horizon India, to share his remarks.
Good evening, everybody. This competition was more for like you learn the way you can handle the problem statement. More about that. It's more about the journey rather than the end result. So congratulations to all of you who participated in it with a lot of vigor. I see a lot of enthusiasm while participating in it and while presenting it. Though I have a few feedback which I can share with you, which may add some value later on. Let us restrict ourselves by putting a lot of content on the screen, because that makes even evaluator and for anybody else to look at all the points. We may miss upon some of the critical points which you have presented during the session. There is a margin of error, obviously. So, if you could have presented the slides with the less content, our focus could have been, I mean, there could be multiple slides also, and it could be restricted to few slides at the same time. This is one. Second, other feedback sir has given, professor has given, that is equally relevant. Apart from that, I enjoyed evaluating teams and getting their viewpoints about the same problem statement multiple times, and the perspective that we have taken and put in to present it. Some of the overlappings obviously was there, but your perspective of dealing with it a little bit was different. So we took it from that stride. So, well, thanks for inviting. Thanks for all those who have invited us and for your enthusiasm, the way you have participated in this event to make it a success. Don't worry about these results. Process is more important than result always. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much.
Now I request Dr. Nagendra V. Chaudhary Sir, Education Officer, the ICFI Group, to announce the top 3 winners of Case Quest 2.0.
Okay, now we have the 3 results, and like all of them have been saying since morning, it is not a judgment on your ability. It is just that today, maybe not your day, and I'm sure each one of you have done an extremely good job. I really mean it. All of us mean it, right? But nevertheless, since all of us are bound, we are bound to narrow it down. We have to narrow it down purely basis on objective analysis. So therefore, let's give a round of applause to the third team, which is from Savitribai Phule University, Pune University, right? Eureka team. Do we have them here? Do they come here? Do they come here?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
No, no. Thank you once again. Congratulations once again to this team that won third prize. Now we have the second one, the team that won the second prize. And this prize goes to Case Wiz from IIM Bangalore.
Bravo, DJ, bravo, DJ, bravo, DJ, bravo, champion, champion. Champion, champion, oh, champion, champion. Everybody knows it, bravo, a champion. Champion, 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 champion. Champion, champion. Everybody knows Chris Cade is a champion. Steenie a champion, Bounty a champion, Marshall is a champion, Bundy is a champion, Follan is a champion, Lara is a champion, Gail is a champion. Don't forget Michael Jordan, Obama a champion, Mandela a champion, Serena a champion, Wendy a champion, Shelly a champion, 958 Bolt a champion. Champion, 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 champion.
Okay, we have the pleasure of announcing the first prize winner. And as usual, it was a very tough call. But nevertheless, this team has done definitely relatively well vis-a-vis the rest of the team. So we have the honor of announcing IIT Denmark as the first prize winner.
Make the ground shake.
Now, as a gesture of gratitude, we would like to felicitate our esteemed panel members with a token of appreciation from our side. May I now request Dr. S.B. Akshay Sir, Registrar, Shri Balaji University, Pune, to felicitate our judges. May I now request Dr. S.B. Akshay Sir, Registrar, Shri Balaji University, Pune, to felicitate Sangram Krishna Nirmale Sir, Assistant Professor, IIT Bombay.
I request Mr. Santosh Ranjan sir, Managing Director, Knowledge Horizon India, IIM Bangalore alumni, to please come forward, sir.
May I now request Dr. S.B. Akshay Sir, Registrar, SBUP, Shri Balaji University, Pune, to felicitate Dr. Nagendra B. Chaudhary Sir, Chief Education Officer, the ICFI Group. Thank you, everyone. Now I call upon Dr. Ritika Singh Ma'am, Associate Professor, Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, to give the final vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, Sri Balaji Pune, it's my proud privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for the remarkable edition of Case Quest 2.0, organized by BITM Sri Balaji University Pune in collaboration with Maruti Suzuki India Limited and MANCOSA Honoris United University, Durban, South Africa. At the outset, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries who graced us with their presence and enriched us with their wisdom. Dr. Prem Ramlachan Sir, MANCOSA Honoris United University, Durban, South Africa. Guys, can we please applaud them? Please. Dr. Nagendra V. Chaudhary Sir, Chief Education Officer, the ICFI Group. Dr. Sangram Krishna Nirmale, Assistant Professor, IIT Bombay. And Mr. Santosh Ranjan Sir, Managing Director, Knowledge Horizon India. Your valuable insights and guidance have truly added depth to the competition, inspiring both participants and the faculties as well. A very special thanks goes to our collaborators, Maruti Suzuki India and MANCOSA Honoris United University, Durban, South Africa. I would also like to sincerely thank the leadership of Sri Balaji University Pune for their constant encouragement and support in making this event a grand success. I would like to give my heartfelt appreciation to Professor Paramanandan Balasubramanian, Chancellor Sri Balaji University Pune, to Dr. Professor G.K. Shuride Sir, Vice Chancellor Sri Balaji University Pune, to Dr. S.B. Agassi, Registrar Sri Balaji University Pune, to Dr. Dimple Seni, Dean SBUP, Senior Director Corporate Relations, HOD Operations and Supply Chain, Sri Balaji University Pune, Dr. Sanjeet Kumar Das, Director BITM and HOD Marketing, Sri Balaji University Pune, and Dr. Rajeshwari Patil, Deputy Director BITM, Sri Balaji University Pune. And I would also like to extend my deepest gratitude to my colleague, to my fellow mates, Dr. Ranjit Singh Rajput and Dr. Swati Upveja ma'am, for their constant support, for their sincere efforts in organizing Case Quest 2.0. And now, before we officially close, I want to take a moment for a truly special and heartfelt recognition. My deepest gratitude goes out to the incredible team whose dedication made every part of Case Quest 2.0 seamless. I could have not been able to do it alone. So I really express my thanks to the entire team. I request everybody to please join me in acknowledging the tireless efforts of our organizing team and support staff. Your energy was the engine of the event. I would request Dr. Nagendra V. Chaudhary sir to please felicitate them. I would be taking the name, and I would like to everybody to please come on the stage whose name have been taken. Khushi Gupta, Prajwal Gagre, Pranav Srivastav, Prachi Verma, Ayush, Rutuja Pawar, Brian, Raman, Raghuram Manoharan. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Sangram Krishna Nirmale, sir, IIT Bombay, to please felicitate Aman Singh Chauhan, President Business Club, Ipshita Sarkar, Vice President Business Club, to the ADCs, Rohan Nagam, Ayush, Hari, Vinayak, and Ashutosh.
There ain't no stopping us. Without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star.
कौशिकी वो डोर बंद करो डोर बंद करो I'll hardly take one more minute. I request everybody to please keep seated. Everybody, please keep seated. I request to please close the door. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Mr. Santosh Ranjan, sir, Managing Director, Knowledge Horizon India, to felicitate the driving force behind institutional collaboration, Rishabh Sharma, President BITM, Vaibhav Singh, President Tech and Digital Club, Prachi Verma, Member Business Club, Akshata Dive, and Shivika, Vice President BITM. Guys, can we please applaud them properly? They have actually put their heart and soul, no matter day and night. They have worked tirelessly. Thank you, sir. We now officially bring with this Case Quest 2.0 to a close. Thank you once again, and we look forward to your continued support in the future. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, sir.